Bill, if we could have the jury trial.
Yes, no.
He can see it. All rise.
All the jury is present and accounted for.
All right, Mr. Bill, please be seated. All right. Good morning, everyone. We're back on the record on case CR 22-2116, evidence in the state's case of chief. Although the state is here and present, Mr. Wood was conducting examination of a witness. Mr. Wood, is the state ready to proceed this morning?
Yes, Your
Very well. Also note the defense is present, along with counsel and the defendant. The court also notes the jurors are all properly seated and all 18 jurors have returned. The court's also confirmed that the jurors each completed their affirmation this morning regarding not looking into the case during the break. And so we appreciate you following that admonishment as well. One other matter I just wanted to bring up before we got started with additional evidence is the court's live streaming this hearing and this trial. There is a directly through the court's official channel. That can be somewhat difficult to find if you go to the Idaho Supreme Court website. However, there is a website on Ada County about this trial, and if you just Google the term Ada County Daybell trial, there's an easy link to find for the court's official live stream, and that's the most direct signal. So for those that are observing the trial online, if you're having any issues with audio or quality of the signal, perhaps you could go to that direct signal, which is the best source of the live stream proceeding. So with that, then we had Detective Hermosillo was on the stand yesterday, and I believe you're continuing direct examination. Is that correct, Mr. Wood?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll have the witness recalled then if you're ready to proceed with additional testimony.
Thank you.
All right, Detective Hermosillo was sworn in yesterday. I'll remind you, you are still under oath for your testimony today. And to confirm, not being the state's case agent, I just want to confirm that you didn't review any, well, you're the first witness, so we don't need to do that on this particular witness. So Mr. Wood, if you'd like to just inquire on further direct, you can do that at this time.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Detective. Morning. Second, when we finished off yesterday, we were discussing what you had found or what you had observed at a burial site, and just for purposes of the jury, what site were you at when you found the body you were speaking of yesterday?
We were at the site that we deemed JJ's burial site.
And where, Your Honor, if I could be given State's Exhibit 10A. And if I may publish that?
Yes, it's admitted, correct?
Yes.
So,
Detective, if you could, just for purposes of clarification with a pointer, point out the location you were speaking of.
It's the burial site on the other side of this pond, just underneath this tree.
Okay. Now, you called upon when you were out there on June 9th, was there water in it?
No, there wasn't.
And again, just to clarify, when we had left off your testimony yesterday, is it correct that what you observed was what appeared to be a small body wrapped up in a black plastic bag?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibits 10B through 10M. Detective, can you review those exhibits and let me know when you got a chance to? Detective, do you recognize state's exhibits 10B through 10M?
Yes.
What do they purport to be?
Photographs, there's a photograph of the west side of the defendant Daybell's residence. And photographs of the backyard.
And do you know when these photographs were taken?
On June 9th, 2020.
Were you the photographer?
No,
But you were on the property that day.
that's correct.
And were you able to observe each of the areas that are photographed in these exhibits?
Yes,
You saw them with your own eyes.
yes,
And are these true and accurate representations of what you observed on June 9th, 2020?
yes.
Your Honor, I'm referring to Commission of State's exhibit. It's 10B through 10M.
Any objection?
Judge, just to,
Into the microphone, please, Mr. President.
I'm sorry, Judge. Judge.
When is my allergy spray gonna kick in?
You need Astapro.
Astapro?
It's faster, bro. 8 times faster.
M have been offered or admitted in this prior using board error in 10B.
And officer, you're looking at 10B, is that right?
Yes,
For now.
yes,
And the vehicle that's parked in 10B, is that the vehicle that was, the position of the vehicle at the time that you testified about Mr. Daybell?
that's not the vehicle that Mr. Daybell was in. That one.
Do you know what vehicle that is?
In the driveway looks like a Subaru.
Okay, is that the driveway that you're making reference to?
That's correct.
So in other words, somebody else's vehicle is there, we don't know whose vehicle that is,
It's not the one that Mr. Daybell was in.
but you don't know whose vehicle that is.
I don't know whose vehicle that is.
You don't know when the vehicle was put there.
No, sir.
You don't know who the owner of the vehicle is.
That's correct.
I would object, Judge, on foundation.
All right, Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, so you don't know whose vehicle that is, correct?
Correct.
But you were still there that day. Okay, do you recognize this as Mr. Daybell's residence?
Yes, I do.
And this is a true and accurate representation of Mr. Daybell's residence.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I think significant or sufficient foundation has been laid.
All right,
Judge, I just make a record that I'm objecting also on the basis of relevance. It looks like it's a picture of a vehicle in the driveway.
okay, well, the picture shows many things, including a vehicle. I'll allow the state to have this admitted and sufficient foundation has been established, so 10B is admitted as well as the others.
Thank you. Detective, if you will, or Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 10B?
That is the west side of the Daybell residence. When I testified earlier to coming out and standing in the lawn area, that's not the vehicle that Mr. Daybell was in, but it was similarly parked that way back in. And that's the driveway he was sitting in when I was observing him look over his right shoulder toward the pond area.
Detective, do you have the pointer with you? Can you point to where you were standing when you initially observed Mr. Daybell's behavior?
I was standing here in this area.
And then you said that you positioned yourself so that you could see what you thought he was looking at.
That's correct.
And where did you go then?
I stood more towards the driveway area. The vehicle that Mr. Daybell was in was up further this way. It wasn't backed in as far as this vehicle in the photograph.
And just to clarify, is that when you looked back and saw the activity under what became the first burial site?
Well, I was looking forward at that time. I was facing this direction. And I aligned myself with Mr. Daybell, who was up here more, and he was looking towards this area here.
Okay. Now, can you see the first burial site from where you're, from that location?
Yes, it's the tree I spoke about earlier. This is the tree where JJ was buried underneath. This right here is the pond. You can see just a little bit more taller shrubs around the top of the pond area. But this is the tree that JJ was buried underneath.
So is it fair to say that even from the front or the middle of Mr. Daybell's front yard, you can see that location easily?
That's correct.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit C, 10C?
When I testified, I was tasked with sifting through the fire pit. This is what we deemed the fire pit. It had burnt tree limbs. There was various little pieces of trash. It was in the middle of round cinder blocks. So that's what we deemed the fire pit as.
And the way it appears in that image, that's the way you found it that day.
Correct. It was that morning, yes.
And what do you observe in State's Exhibit 10D?
This is just north of the driveway that Mr. Daybell was sitting in, looking in the same direction. So we're standing on the west side looking east. And that is the tree. And then here's the pond area right here.
Jacob, I'm going to put up State's Exhibit 10A again, and if you can point to the approximate location of where this picture was taken from.
So that last photograph was taken from this area right here.
And so it's fair to say from that location, you can easily see burial site number 1.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. There's been some leading questions. Continues.
I'll sustain that last question, Judy.
Right. From that perspective, what were you able to observe?
Burial site number 1, JJ's burial site.
Was it difficult for you to observe it from that location?
The actual grave site on the ground, yes, from that location, but where the tree and the pond are, no, it wasn't difficult.
10G.
So as the ERT team methodically removed the soil around the white rocks and dug down just a little bit deeper, this is what we saw. You can start to see there was a smaller rock, but the three large white rocks started to show through clearly. When I testify that there was thin wood paneling underneath the white rocks, you can start to see the edge of that piece of wood paneling underneath the rocks. We also noticed that there were roots cut that the ERT team didn't cut. They were already pre-cut. And some of the roots are fairly thick, so that was something we observed as well in that burial site.
Detective, can you describe for the jury what you saw in states to the 10H?
After the ERT team removed the white rocks, this is the two pieces of wood paneling that were underneath.
What did you observe in states to the 10I?
I spoke earlier about the distinction in soil. Some of the soil was wet or moist, some of it looked dry. Excuse me. What you're looking at here is once we remove the wood paneling, the distinction through here of the wet soil. And up here is just a dry soil. So the rocks and the paneling were all through here. So that was the other thing that we observed. And as we took the paneling off, the odor began to become a lot stronger. So we knew we were at the right spot.
Your Honor, I apologize for any delay. I wonder if we just have a very brief sidebar regarding the removal.
All right.
Stuart, you can continue.
Thank you. Detective, can you explain to the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 10J?
So once we started removing the wet soil, and I testified earlier to a black round object protruding through the dirt. This is what we started to see. It appeared to be like tight wrapped black plastic. It wasn't very too far underneath. It's fairly shallow, but that's what we started to see. And I talked about what appeared to be the crown of a human head.
Can you describe what you saw in State's Exhibit 10K?
So once that appeared, the ERT team leader Steve Daniels used a small, sharp instrument. And I testified that he made a slit through the black plastic. And you can see the black plastic kind of peeled away on the top of the head. And then I testified there was a white piece of plastic underneath. And this is the white piece of plastic here. He made a slit in the white plastic. And when he did that, you can see what appeared to be brown human hair. Some of the hair kind of came out with the sharp instrument. And that's the hair you can see on top of the white plastic. But that's what you're looking at there.
Tell the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 10L.
Once the ERT team continued excavating, they removed all the soil on top of this small body that was wrapped in completely black plastic. I testified that it appeared to take the shape of a small body in black plastic. And this is what we saw here. It's probably a 4x2 grave, and I'm guessing at those measurements. But it started to take the shape of a small body, and then it had different pieces of duct tape throughout the black plastic on top.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 10M?
Once we lifted JJ out of the ground, there was still wet soil underneath where he was laying. And that's body decomposition. The body had begun to break down. So that's what the wet soil is through here. Again, you can see the roots that were cut to be able to put him in this location.
Detective, once that body was recovered, what did you do? Oh, and to clarify that question, once that body was taken out of the ground, what did you do?
I assisted the coroner and a few other officers in placing JJ in a body bag, black body bag. Coroner locked the body bag for evidence. We then put it in the back of the coroner's vehicle. The coroner and a Fremont County deputy drove the vehicle up to the morgue, and myself and Lieutenant Rockwell followed behind that vehicle. Once we were at the morgue, JJ was placed in the morgue, and then we returned back to the Daybell residence.
Do you recall who the Fremont County coroner was?
Brenda died.
And do you recall what other officers traveled with you to the hospital?
In my vehicle was just Lieutenant Ron Ball. With the coroner, Brenda Dye, I believe it was Detective Kaiserman.
And just for clarification, you had said this already, I apologize, but what hospital did you take them to?
Madison Memorial Hospital
And where is that located?
in the city of Rexburg.
Once you finished that task, what was the next step for your investigation?
We returned back to the Daybell residence. As we got there, we were told that they had possibly
Judge, I'm gonna object at this point. There's some hearsay.
I'll ask another question. Without telling the jury what anyone told you, what did you do when you got back to the residence?
we assisted in a second burial site.
And when you got back to the residence, did you observe another burial site being looked at?
I did.
Where was that located?
So through the course of our investigation, we learned that the Daybell family had deemed a section of the backyard as what they refer to as a pet cemetery. And we knew through talking to family members that the pet cemetery had a little black dog statue next to a post that kind of signified where the pet cemetery was. And so when I returned back from dropping JJ off at the morgue, I observed ERT digging.
Did you aid in that excavation?
I did.
What did you personally do?
ERT began taking off top layers of soil in this specific area in the pet cemetery. Once they began to again see wet soil start to protrude through the dry soil, they slowed down, and we got on our hands and knees and began excavating that by hand.
And by hand, did you use tools to do that?
We did. They had small tools that we could use, trowels, like paintbrushes, things of that nature.
Approximately what time of day was this?
Say it was afternoon.
And approximately how many people were there with you using hand tools?
There was only a few of us at a time that could work because we had to take turns digging because we were on our hands and knees and the smell was so bad that we could only work for a few minutes. Take turns, get on their hands and knees and start digging by hand.
And you said the smell, what did it smell like?
Decomposing body.
How long did you aid in that excavation using the hand tools? And did you find anything?
We did. We ended up digging down and started to uncover burnt pieces of flesh, charred bone, fatty tissue. Just, and I apologize for the lack of better words, but globs of burnt flesh starting to protrude through the dirt.
And once you found that, how long did you keep working that site that day?
We worked probably until probably 4-ish in the afternoon.
And you mentioned ERT, were they working there alongside you?
There was also other areas being excavated as well, the fire pit still. So everybody was kind of tasked with something different at that point. And once we started getting down a little bit more in Tylee's burial site, we assumed it was Tylee, we could start to see the top of what appeared to be something plastic and green. And at that point, the ERT team leader, Steve Daniels, decided we were done for the evening.
When you were done for the evening, what happened?
We had Fremont County Sheriff's Office, the Madison County Fire Department, bringing 2 large light trucks to illuminate the crime scene. The crime scene was taped off. We had officers from Rexburg City Police, deputies from Fremont County Sheriff's Office that remained on scene all night long, walking the perimeter to make sure that the scene wasn't compromised. And it was well illuminated.
And did you return the next day?
Yes, we did.
And when you returned the next day, who else returned?
Everybody that was there the previous day.
So ERT came back
That's correct, yes.
and other members of the FBI,
Yes,
Fremont County officers,
yes.
Rexburg police officers.
Correct.
And I believe you testified earlier that there were some attorney general investigators there as well.
Yes,
And they were all there that second day.
that's correct.
Approximately what time did you arrive that second day?
We started fairly early. It was approximately 7 in the morning.
And what did you start doing when you got there on the second day?
I went back to Tylee's burial site. We had put up canopies to keep sunlight and wind. There was media, helicopters flying overhead, so we wanted to keep the scene from being compromised as much as we possibly could. And at that point, we got back down on our hands and knees and began digging again with those same little tools to get down to see what exactly we were going to take out the ground at that point.
And so and then what happened next? Did you continue to do that work?
Like I said, we would take turns digging because the smell was so bad. And we would just keep excavating slowly around this green object that started to come through the dirt the first day. So it started to take a shape, a roundish shape, when we began digging down and methodically removing dirt. And at that point, we could start to see what appeared to be the shape of a green melted bucket that appeared to have the remains of, we assume, were Tylee that were charred and burned inside it.
And were you there for the excavation of that bucket?
Yes.
How did that happen?
Once we got down to what we thought was the bottom of the disformed bucket, we observed part of a human skull underneath the bucket. There was some teeth that we ended up excavating from underneath. At that point, the goal was to lift that out of the ground. And so there was we made kind of a little hole around it to try to get underneath. So we put tarps out. Like I said, the goal was to try to lift it completely out without manipulating it in any way. But when we tried to do that, when we lifted it, it all broke apart because there was nothing holding it together. So at that point, we had to go back in and remove all the pieces of the charred flesh and burnt bone and organs and pieces of tiley that put onto the tarp.
And while you were doing that, you talked about the smell, and was that still present?
Yes, very much so. Strong odor, yes.
Were you able to observe the lack of a better word, total removal of that green bucket and its contents from that excavation site?
We were able to lift everything out of that. We put it on the blue tarp. There were photographs taken, measurements taken by ERT. Once that was completed, we dug down even further to make sure we didn't miss anything. Once we figured out everything was out of the ground, that tarp and those and Tyler's remains were then put into a body bag. In the corner again, lock the body bag for evidence purposes. And Tyler was also transported to the morgue.
And did you follow along when Tyler was transferred to the morgue like you did in JJ?
We did. We followed in the same manner. Myself and Lieutenant Ball. Once Tyler was placed in the morgue, we returned back to the Daybell residence.
Your Honor, I'm going to be asked for the witness be handed states exhibits 11A through 11G.
And Judge, for the record, I've previously reviewed these and I would object to admission of these as exhibits.
All right, exhibits 11A through 11G are admitted without objection. This time, as we get into this evidence, I'm going to announce that because of the graphic nature of some of this evidence, I'm not going to be showing this on the court's live stream, nor to the general public in the courtroom. The jurors will be viewing the evidence as well as the parties are permitted to see that. In addition, the court will provide an opportunity for any victims that wish to see the evidence in a private setting to review it as it's now been admitted into the record. But we made arrangements to not display this to the general public. And so, Mr. Wood, with these exhibits, that's how we'll proceed. And we will not include that on the live stream, but you can discuss it on the record in open public with witness.
Second, can you review that exhibit, those exhibits? And Your Honor, I understand these are already admitted items, still ask a few foundational questions just to establish knowledge.
Very well for the record.
Detective, what does states exhibit 11 report to be? And its subparts?
Photograph of pet cemetery and photographs of Kylie as we took her out of the ground in her burial site.
And were these photographs taken on June 9 and 10?
That's correct, yes.
And were you on the scene that day when those photographs were taken?
Yes,
Are they true and accurate representations of what you saw?
yes,
Your Honor, those exhibits having been admitted, I'd ask to publish.
Even just vote.
Detective, before I publish that, I'm going to place State's Exhibit 10A up again. And can you point to the general location of what you've described as the pet cemetery?
right here.
So what can you have on the record and explain where it's pointing?
Yes, yeah, Detective, will you explain where you're pointing?
It's just east of this shop area and just north of the fire pit. So it's right through here.
And Your Honor, I do think that the state's first picture under State's Exhibit 11 is okay for public consumption.
It is. I just wanted to make sure our system was working as well, that exhibit 11A is fine.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 11A?
This is where we began excavating briefly. As you can see in this photograph, there's a small black dog statue next to the post. So that's where we had learned this was the pet cemetery area through talking to family members. And then there's just some tarps laid out for some of the soil. You can see in the back the markers that had been distinguished and laid out by ERT for the fire pit area that I had talked about earlier.
And Your Honor, I think at this point it's appropriate to turn to public access.
I agree.
Detective, Your Honor, I'm at a bit of I have no idea if this is, I can't see if this. Well, I'll ask, Detective, can you see that image in your monitor?
Yes,
Can you see most of it?
yes.
Can you describe for the jury what's been marked as State's Exhibit 11B? What did you observe there?
Can I see? Okay. Is there a way I can use the pointer?
I have a suggestion also, Mr. Wood, just because I understand what you're doing to try to line that up since you can't see the monitor. Do you want to set a notepad or something on there and get it oriented that you could set on top of that just so that it's lined up?
And if I could have the screen for 1 moment, thank you, Your Honor, for that suggestion. Okay. Um, Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 11B?
It's hard to describe that, but I'll do my best. In the middle of that photograph, you can start to see the different color and changes in soil from dry to a wet, moist dirt. You can start to see to the left just a little bit of that area. You can see the white piece sticking out and it's burnt on top, and that's charred bone that's starting to stick out, and all the little pieces next to it are pieces of burnt flesh, tissue, or we later determined were organs that were all kind of, that's the top of what was inside the bucket. So that's what we first started to see when we started to excavate.
At this point, were you still using the hand tools?
Yes.
You explain for the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 11C.
So as we started to excavate down further, some of the top of the mass of burnt flesh wasn't really attached to anything. And so when we would start to dig away towards the sides, it would kind of come apart. It wasn't part of that original mass. And so what you're looking at on this blue tarp is burnt flesh still attached to some bone. The upper left part of that section that you're looking at is part of the hip bone, but it still has burnt flesh attached to it, and dirt and just fatty burnt tissue.
You described for the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 11D.
So when I talked about it started to take a roundish shape, this is what I'm referring to. And we dug around the sides of it, trying to get to the bottom, because like I said, the goal was to get underneath, have 3 or 4 guys in there and just lift it onto the tarp. So that's what you're looking at in this photograph, is just the burnt flesh. It's still just kind of inside that book.
And Judge, could we approach for a sidebar, please?
Yes.
And we have yet another sidebar. I'm getting spoiled. There's some trials recently where there aren't that many. Something's. Let's see, is that something was not muted? Okay, from what I'm seeing, O.J. Simpson died of cancer. They haven't seen what kind. Let's see. Oh, I found a viewer who is interested in going with me out to Lucen and Montello for when I went to go out and get some artistic video for a project that I've had in mind for almost as when Dylan first went missing. And she's she's got a truck and some quad runners too that she's offered to drive down, and we can go check out some of the locations. Oh, she's you're in Orange County? I thought you were down in San Diego area. I think my great aunt lived in Orange County. Oh, sometimes there seems like there's as much sidebars as there is actual testimony. Well, the judge is back at the bench again. I don't like that courtroom. The ceiling
And that's part of a human skull just to the right of
is
that,
too low.
the green bucket. There were teeth there in the dirt as well. But that's what you're looking at, just a close up of the bottom of it.
Detective, what can you explain for the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 11 as?
So once we removed that mass, and put it on the blue tarp, there was still some wet soil underneath. So we dug down even further to make sure that we had excavated everything we needed. And so what you're looking at, you can see the tarps in the background we had put up. You can see some of the hand tools that we used just to the right of that hole. But that's what you're looking at, is just after we got that mass out, the wet soil.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 11G?
So these were part of a Tiley that kind of broke apart when we tried to lift it out of the ground. There's pieces of charred bone. There's parts of a skull on the bottom left, covered in dirt, and they're still burned. Rotting flesh still attached to the bone. So that's what you're looking at that point. These were the pieces that broke off.
Detective, I believe you testified that you assisted in transferring those remains to Madison County to the hospital, correct?
Correct. I followed behind in the corner.
Was Lieutenant Ball with you again?
He was.
Once you got up to the hospital, what did you do?
We observed the Fremont County coroner, Brenda Dye, transfer Tiley's remains into the morgue. The morgue was unlocked, but there was evidence they put up. And at that point, myself and Lieutenant Ball went back to the defendant Daybell's residence.
And what did you do when you got back there?
We assisted and made sure there were no other burial sites or anything that the ERT team needed assistance with. At that point, we decided that we were going to take JJ and Tylee to the Ada County Coroner's Office to have an autopsy performed. So roughly 4 p.m. on June 10th, 2020, it was decided that we were going to follow the county coroner with the remains of JJ and Tylee to the Ada County Coroner's Office for an autopsy the next morning.
And when did you arrive in Ada County approximately?
Approximately 8 or 9 in the evening on June 10th.
And what did you do once you got there?
We went directly to the coroner's office, and JJ and Tylee were dropped off, and the coroner's office took custody of both JJ and Tylee.
So that was later in the evening.
Correct.
And was an autopsy performed that night?
No.
When was the autopsy?
Yeah,
Judge, I'm gonna object. There needs to be some foundation.
Overruled, if you know, you may answer.
the autopsy was performed June 11th, early morning hours.
Well, that was the next day.
Correct.
And were you present for that?
Yes, I was
And where did that autopsy take place?
at the Ada County Coroner's Office.
So when you arrived at the coroner's office, what did you do first?
Initially, when we arrived, we had a little debrief with the medical examiner, Garth Warren. He told us what he expected.
Judge, objection.
It's grounds,
Hearsay?
the same.
You met with Dr. Ward.
Correct.
What was the purpose of that meeting?
To debrief us on what to expect that morning.
What did you do next?
We went to the room where the autopsy was performed, put the sanitary booties on our shoes, signed in on a whiteboard with our name and cell phone numbers. So he had a record of everybody that was in the room. And at that point, we stood back against the wall and observed the autopsy.
Now, as a detective, you don't perform an autopsy, correct?
Correct.
But you were able to see it take place.
That's correct.
And what did you observe happening during that autopsy?
One of his team members brought out the body bag. And I recognized it to be the same body bag that we took from defendant Daybell's backyard that day because it still had dirt on it. It still had the same lock. And at that point, they opened the body bag and revealed the same black plastic and small body that appeared to be in the black plastic.
And then what did you observe?
Dr. Warren and his team cut down the middle of the black plastic to open up what was inside. At that time, I observed a small child with duct tape on his head from his chin to his forehead area, tightly wrapped around his head. He had red pajama pants on, red pajama shirt. He had his arms folded this way across his body. And there was duct tape from elbow all the way around to his other elbow. He had his ankles also bound with duct tape. He was still wearing, his nighttime pull-up diaper. He had black socks with the word Skechers in orange. I could tell that he was going through various states of decomposition based on the skin color.
Judge, I'm gonna object.
Grounds.
He doesn't have the experience to make a determination about the levels of decomposition. He's speculating.
I'll sustain the objection and strike the final part of the answer about decomposition, Mr. Wilson.
All right. Detective, what did the body's skin look like?
The skin was sloughing. It appeared to be bluish green, black, yellow. And through my training experience, going through and handling different dead bodies at different stages of decomposition, that's what I read.
Judge, I'm gonna object again. There's been no foundation for him to make that sort of medical assessment. He's not a medical doctor.
Your Honor, my argument would be that's not a medical assessment. It makes it on his training experience.
I'll overrule the objection. If you'd like to cross further, you'll have a chance, Mr. Pryor. The objection is overruled. Foundation laid in the previous response.
Detective, once this, the body was taken out of the bag and you made the observations that you've just described, what happened next?
Dr. Warren and his team then cut the white plastic that was wrapped around his head and duct tape. They cut down the middle to reveal what was underneath. At that point, I observed another piece of duct tape stretched from JJ's jawline to jawline over his mouth. He also cut the several layers of duct tape from his arms, and it revealed some more duct tape that had his wrist bound underneath all those layers of duct tape. He then took his bottom pajamas off and shirt, and it also revealed the nighttime pull-up diaper he was still wearing.
Now, Detective, you spoke about the duct tape and bag over the head, correct?
Correct.
And you've been referring to this as JJ.
Yes.
Until that duct tape and bag were removed, though, were you able to identify him as JJ?
No, once they removed the duct tape in the bag, through looking at all the photographs for the last 8 months of JJ, I recognized him to be the same little boy laying on that table as JJ Vallow. He had the same hairstyle, shorter on the sides, longer on top. At that point, I recognized him as JJ.
Once the clothing was removed, what did you observe happened next?
Dr. Warren pointed out some bruising on his arms, on his ankles, on his chest. He also pointed out some scratch marks on the left side of his neck, just under the duct tape. At that point, Dr. Warren and his team performed the autopsy.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be shown state's exhibits 12A through 12B.
A through B.
E.
B, thank you.
Detective, can you review those exhibits for me when you've had a chance to?
Yeah.
Do you recognize State's Exhibits 12A through E?
Yes,
What do they purport to be?
JJ Bell laying on the table after they opened the black plastic.
And were you present when those pictures were taken?
Yes,
You were in the same room?
Correct.
Are those true and accurate representations of what you observed that day?
yes,
Your Honor, I'd ask that State's Exhibits 12A through E entered into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Very well. 12A through E are admitted. All of these are graphic in nature, will not be published or shown on the court's live feed or public in the courtroom. They'll be published to the jurors, however you wish to split.
Thank you. Detective, can you describe to the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 12A?
once they removed the black plastic that JJ Valla was in, this is the first thing we saw. You can see on the white plastic on top of his head, that's the slit that was made when his head was sticking out of the ground. And you can see the duct tape I testified to wrapped around his entire face. His red pajamas are still soaked with body decomposition. The level of duct tape on his arms is what really caught my attention. And he still has he has a white and blue child blanket wrapped around him.
Can you describe to the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 12B?
Since the JJ's legs, his bottom half, he has his red pajama pants on still. His ankles, like I testified, are wrapped with duct tape. Those are his black Skechers socks that he had on. It's hard to see there too, but his legs and body are also soaked with decompositions.
Can you describe to the jury what you saw in State's Exhibit 12C?
When I spoke earlier that Dr. Warren cut down the white plastic and the duct tape that was covering his head, this is what we saw. You can see the other layer of duct tape around his mouth that went from jawline to jawline. You can see his hair, brown hair still was matted down to his head. Wet, so with body decomposition. But at that point, I was able to still recognize him as JJ Valla.
You observed in 12D.
That's the white bag that was covering his head. That looks like blood in the bag. It's actually body decomposition, just breaking down. It appeared to be a normal trash bag. It had a red drawstring. And you can see, if you look close, it had the waffle style pattern. The expandable type trash bag. There's still pieces of duct tape that are attached. That's what that photograph depicts.
Can you describe to the jury what you saw in 12B?
That's just another photo of JJ. The tape is starting to lose its stickiness because of the way the body is. It's just a different photo or a different angle of JJ's face.
So can I have a sidebar, council?
And yet another sidebar. Ah. So, ah, the whole thing of how JJ and Kylie were handled after death is just unconscionable. Okay, here he comes again.
Bit earlier than normal, but we are going to take a mid-morning recess at this time. We'll reconvene here about slightly before 10:30 to get started with additional testimony.
All rise, please.
Okay, so a 30-minute break.
Gentlemen, you are not allowed to close out. Please exit courtroom.
I was always happy if I could get a 15-minute break on jobs. Oh, well. Let's see. Okay, let's take a look at some of the stuff that's out there on O.J. Simpson here. Let me... see what some of the news reports are saying and how they are covering it. I'm curious to see some headlines mention his connection to the murders, and some don't. So I'm curious to see how they are looking at it. Okay, let's see. O.J. Simpson. CBS and Fox both have lives. Sky News has a live. Let's see how Sky News is covering that. That's international. That's okay.
The subsequent trial gripped America, certainly, but also divided America.
It certainly did, along cultural lines, Mark, and racial lines as well. And when it came to that court case, that was one of the key strands of the defense for O.J. Simpson. Could a black man in California at that time get a fair trial for the alleged double murder of white people? In this case, his former wife, Nicole Brown Simpson, and her friend, Ronald Goldman. It led his arrest to that car chase, the white Ford Bronco. Police pursued O.J. Simpson. They believed him to be the murderer, following DNA checks on evidence found at the scene. And one particular piece of evidence that played very prominently during the trial was a glove at the murder scene and a matching glove that was found at O.J. Simpson's property. The prosecution said that's the glove worn by the murderer, and that murderer was O.J. Simpson. In court, famously, he tried on the glove. It was a tight fit, and his lawyer told the jury, if the glove don't fit, you must acquit. And that's what a predominantly black jury duly did. But the history of O.J. Simpson is good, bad, and extremely ugly, Mark. He started out from a poor neighborhood, a kid with rickets, who grew to become one of the biggest stars in American football, signed by the Buffalo Bills, a running back who broke all sorts of records, sporting records, and became an NFL icon. His good looks, his charisma, his presence, iconic status allowed him to make an easy transfer onto the silver screen. He was a star of films like Towering Inferno, the Naked Gun movies. He also fronted Hertz commercials running through airports. An extremely famous figure in the United States. I suppose internationally, many of us were introduced to OJ when he was arrested, and we learned of the dark side of this American icon. Previously, he had been found to have domestically abused Nicole Brown Simpson, police being called at one stage to his property at 3 a.m. She emerged from the bushes saying, "He's going to kill me, he's going to kill me." And Simpson acknowledged he declared no contest to domestic abuse at that time. So he was a violent individual. That was a matter of public record. He'd split from Nicole Brown Simpson, and that murder took place at her property in California. The two children, their two children were asleep upstairs. She was stabbed in the head and the neck, almost decapitated. Ron Goldman, who'd been a waiter, who was a friend of Nicole Brown Simpson, he was a waiter in a restaurant she had just dined at. She'd left her glasses behind and asked, could somebody bring them to her? Ron Goldman duly did so and paid for that with his life. The thinking of detectives was that Nicole Brown Simpson was the target for murder. Ron Goldman was killed to silence him as a witness. Thereafter, O.J. Simpson flew to Chicago. He had an appointment with Hertz officials in that city. There was a limousine driver waiting to drive him to the airport. He said the lights were out when he went at the appointed hour to the house of O.J. Simpson. He saw a shadowy figure coming into the property. Then the lights were on. Police found blood on the handle of O.J. Simpson's vehicle, which was awkwardly parked that night. He seemed irritated, stressed. He was complaining about it being hot on the way to the airport. The limousine driver said he brought 4 pieces of luggage with him, but at the airport, he only checked 3 pieces of luggage. Detectives think he dumped 1 piece of luggage in airport trash, luggage that contained the murder weapon and clothing that he was wearing at the time. Ultimately, he was brought back to LA. The plan had been that he was going to submit himself willingly, voluntarily to police. They didn't think that he would avoid arrest given his high-profile status, but there ensued that low-speed car chase on the freeways of LA, lasting several hours. People lined the streets shouting, "Save the juice." They were watching it. Those who weren't there in person were watching it live on TV. He was inside that white Ford Bronco. It was being driven by an old NFL colleague of his. He called police to say, "I've got OJ in the back." He'd already written a suicide note, O.J. Simpson. His NFL friend at the wheel said he's got a gun to his head. So this chase lasted for several hours. In his possession, in that car, O.J. Simpson had $8,000 worth of cash, an American passport, his passport, and also a fake mustache and beard. So to all intents and purposes, it looks like he might have been trying to make a break for it. Ultimately, his coach called him on the phone in the car and talked him down, talked him into surrender. He duly did so, and thereafter there was the trial, the famous trial, the most famous trial of the century, as it was dubbed at the time, the trial that ultimately acquitted O.J. Simpson of the double murder. Subsequently, he would do prison time in 2008. He was convicted of kidnap and armed robbery. He'd gone into a Las Vegas hotel room trying to get memorabilia back from a particular individual. There were weapons involved. and he served a jail sentence. Ultimately, he was freed. Latterly, he laid fairly low. I mean, he was active on social media. We heard from O.J. Simpson on Twitter commenting about sporting matters, politics, and so on. But he was suffering from prostate cancer. There were reports that he had been in a hospice in his final few months. He posted a video to say that that wasn't the case. Don't believe everything you read in the media. But ultimately, he died from his condition, died at the age of 76.
Yeah, and we're hoping in a moment actually to speak to a lawyer who covered it as an analyst, covered the trial as an analyst. But even before the trial, James, I mean, he tried to portray himself as transcending racial barriers. I see he used to say all the time, "I'm not black, I'm OJ."
Yeah, and that for the marketing people around O.J. Simpson was the beauty of him. He was an individual who was every inch the rags to riches story, and the fact of his ethnicity allowed people around him to sell him as an individual who did indeed transcend racial barriers. And if you looked at the career and success of O.J. Simpson, the people who bought into him, essentially the United States at large, then, who would argue with his own thoughts about himself, his status, what he meant to America culturally, politically, and racially. So, yes, he was an individual for all those reasons who earned his iconic status, not just on sporting grounds, but also on cultural grounds.
Okay, James, thank you very much indeed. And we can speak now to Charles Rosenberg, a lawyer who covered the O.J. Simpson trial as an analyst. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. And we've been talking about this car chase that gripped the nation, followed by the trial that gripped the nation. And I just wonder, what was it like following that extraordinary trial so closely as you did?
Well, it was very interesting. Among other things, I'm not a football fan, but even I knew who O.J. Simpson was, which indicates his celebrity. The trial was very interesting from many points of view, one of them being that everybody in the country was interested in it. I don't think there was any single person I ever ran into who hadn't, if not watching it, hadn't been following it on some level.
And was it, I mean, it did divide, didn't it? It became a very divisive issue as people watched that trial, as the trial progressed.
Yeah, especially when the verdict came down and he was acquitted. And there were many people who were outraged by that acquittal. And there were other people who thought it was great that he was acquitted. So, yeah, there was something of a divide about it for a while.
Right. And what about the role of Johnny Cochran? He had this, what he called the dream team, or what was called at the time, the dream team of lawyers. How significant was Johnny Cochran's role in that?
Well, that's a very interesting question. I mean, he's since passed away, a very charismatic lawyer. And certainly he had the jury on some level in the palm of his hand because he got them to vote for acquittal against a great deal of evidence suggesting he was guilty. And so clearly, would some other lawyer have been as good? Who knows? But certainly he did the job.
And there were many dramatic moments, weren't there, Charlie? But I mean, the gloves perhaps was one of the most dramatic, when it became clear that the defense were going to prove that a glove could have been planted. And then there was the moment where O.J. Simpson tried on the gloves and they clearly didn't fit. Just describe what that was like, that day was like.
Well, I think it was pretty dramatic because, I guess nobody really knew whether they'd fit or not until he tried them on. And of course, many people say he intentionally spread his hand apart so they wouldn't fit. And also there was a lot of criticism of the prosecution for suggesting that be done, because the normal rule in a trial is you never do a demonstration you can't utterly control. And of course, they didn't control it. So there was a lot of criticism of them for even suggesting it be done.
Yeah, we were talking just earlier about this issue of how race became an issue in the trial when one of the lawyers said, "Can a black man get justice in these circumstances?" How much was that a factor? How much did that play into the trial as it went along?
Race itself, well, of course, it really wasn't mentioned in the trial itself as an issue very much. It was sort of the commentary that surrounded it, really. And so I suppose a lot of people viewed it through a racial lens, but then a lot of people didn't.
How do you think O.J. Simpson will be remembered?
Well, I don't think he's going to be remembered primarily as a football player. He's going to be remembered as a person who, by many people, who was guilty but got away with it, and by other people who think that there was a police conspiracy and it was appropriate that he was acquitted. So I think he's going to be remembered in a mixed kind of way. But the other thing he's going to be remembered as perhaps is having been the most significant broadcast trial in the United States up to that point, which sort of set the public in mind that there should be broadcasts of trials, and there have been a lot of broadcasts of trials since then.
Yeah, I mean, do you think in terms of, setting the way forward, if you like, on televised trials, this was absolutely key, would you say?
Yeah, I think it was, because before the Simpson trial, there was a lot of thought that trials should be broadcast, and even the federal court system was moving towards having a pilot program to do that. And then a lot of judges became, I don't know if frightened is the right word, but anxious about the broadcasting of trials. And there was a time when then it didn't happen very much. But then I think people have become more comfortable with it, including people in the justice system. And so there now are a lot of broadcasts of state trials. There still is no broadcasting of federal criminal trials.
Was the worry that, Charles, that it would simply become a sort of form of entertainment?
Well, I think the worry was more specific, that it was going to influence the jury in some fashion, that jurors would be, well, jurors don't appear on camera, that jurors would see lawyers and other people playing to the camera rather than trying to face the trial. Although my attitude about that was, well, lawyers always play to the camera. In effect, the camera is the jury. So I don't know that it really changes things that much. That's just my personal opinion.
Right, and I think I'm right, just finally, I think I'm right in saying that you wrote this book, How to Watch the Trial and Realize Exactly What's Going On, or words to that effect, I think. What did you mean by that? That it was such a complicated trial, or that because everybody was probably following it anyway?
Well, I think what I meant by that is I'd watched a lot of coverage of what we call the preliminary hearing. And I think that a lot of people were not understanding how a criminal trial really works. And I said to my wife, well, somebody ought to write a book about how it really works. And she said, I should do that. And she said, well, why don't you shut up and actually do it? So I did. And that was how that book came about. So
yeah. All right. Well, Charles, appreciate your time. Thank you very much for coming on the News Hour. Thank you. Thank you very much. And by the way, here's the Sky News report from 1995, when O.J. Simpson was found not guilty of murdering his ex-wife, Nicole Brown, and a friend, Ron Goldman, in what was dubbed the trial of the century.
At his trial, he was accused of slipping back into his house under the cover of darkness. Today, Simpson came home with the world's media watching. Just a few hours before, he'd stood in court facing the prospect of a lifetime in prison.
We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Orenthal James Simpson, not guilty of the crime of murder in violation of Penal Code Section 187A, a felony upon Nicole Brown Simpson, a human being, as charged in count 1 of the information.
The family of Ronald Goldman were devastated. Prosecution lawyers Christopher Darden and Marcia Clark were stunned. After more than a year in jail, O.J. Simpson was a free man.
All right, the defendant having been acquitted of both charges, he is ordered transported to an appropriate sheriff's facility and released forthwith.
Then came the reaction, first from the defense.
I just like to say how grateful we are for this verdict, because we think this verdict bespeaks justice. We never wavered in our faith. We were always optimistic.
The prosecution couldn't believe that all their efforts had been in vain.
But I'm not bitter, and I'm not angry. But I'd also like to thank the lawyers on our prosecution team. I am honored to have
Christopher Darden, for once, lost for words. President Clinton watched the verdict in the White House and then issued this statement.
The jury heard the evidence and rendered its verdict. Our system of justice requires respect for their decision. At this moment, our thoughts and prayers should be with the families of the victims of this terrible crime.
Ron Goldman's family hoped to win a civil action against Simpson, but that won't cost him his freedom.
I deeply believe that this country lost today. Justice was not served.
And I just looked at OJ when they said the verdict, and I just looked at him, and I'm telling you, I never felt such rage knowing that he murdered my son, and he's getting away with it.
On one side, scenes of anguish, but at the Simpson home, sheer delight as the family celebrated with the lawyers who set OJ free.
That was the Sky News report from 1995. Let's get the rest of the news now and to the Middle East and the growing threat of an escalation of violence in the region. The US is desperately trying to deter an attack on Israel, pledging ironclad support amid fears that Tehran could launch reprisals.
Okay, let's
Senior Iranian military.
see what else we've got news coverage wise. Because I'm really curious to see what history's reaction is going to be, because I think generally it's viewed that the jury got it wrong. It was jury nullification is what it was. Let's see. Here we go.
No matter what type of severe asthma you have, Tespire can help you have fewer attacks.
His family tweeted through his X account saying that he was surrounded by his family. They asked for privacy and grace during their time of transition. You may recall that Simpson made NFL Hall of Fame after an 11-year career with San Francisco and Buffalo. He was also infamously at the forefront of a major criminal trial in the 1990s after he was accused of murdering his ex-wife, Nicole Brown Simpson, and her friend, Ron Goldman. Simpson was later acquitted on all of those charges, but perhaps it overshadowed any of his accomplishments, whether it be in football or in broadcasting. He did later, though, serve time in prison for a robbery attempt. He served 9 years in a Nevada prison after trying to reclaim some of his memorabilia. After the acquittal connected to the murders of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman, he was found liable for wrongful death and owed millions of dollars.
This is a CBS News special report. I'm Gail King here in New York. We have just learned this morning that O.J. Simpson has died at the age of 76. His agent said he had been suffering from prostate cancer. Now, this news comes on social media from the family of the former star running back who was tried and acquitted for the murder of his ex-wife and then found liable for her death in a lawsuit. Simpson's life story is extraordinary. He grew up poor in San Francisco, became a sports legend who won the Heisman Trophy while playing for the University of Southern California back in 1968, and set records in the NFL, and then moved into acting and TV work. He was one of the most desired commercial endorsers in the 1970s and 80s, but his career fell apart in 1995 when he was accused of stabbing his ex-wife, Nicole Brown Simpson, and a friend of hers, Ron Goldman, in her home in Los Angeles. He was arrested after a long, infamous police chase that lasted for hours. After one of the most controversial trials in recent memory, Simpson was found not guilty of both murders. Goldman's family then sued O.J. Simpson, and a jury ordered him to pay $33 million in a wrongful death judgment. But that was not the end of his legal troubles. In 2008, he was convicted in a kidnapping and robbery scheme involving some of his own memorabilia. He served 9 years in prison before he was paroled in 2017. Joining me now by phone is journalist Ed Gordon, who covered the O.J. Simpson trial for BET, and he was the first journalist to interview Simpson after his acquittal. Ed Gordon, good morning to you.
Good morning, Gail.
Ed, I actually remember that day. I was watching that interview. I think the country was riveted to that interview because we all wanted to hear what O.J. Simpson had to say. What was your thought when you heard that he had passed away this morning?
I literally, Gail, am at an airport. I just got off the plane and checked my phone. Needless to say, I was getting all kind of calls and texts, and it is a bit surreal. I mean, we all can go at any moment. But to think about, as you read, who O.J. Simpson was, this star running back, arguably at his time, the greatest running back of all time in the NFL, then to become a pitchman and a movie star, and then, the tragedy that befell the Goldman family and what it's become. And so I think back, Gail, as you know, how divided this country was based on that trial. It's extraordinary.
Ed, I still remember when that verdict came in. He's still proved to be, I think, up until the end, a very divisive character. At the time, it seemed to be divided among racial lines. I remember there was a lot of celebration in the streets from some members of the Black community, and a lot of people were just in shock when the verdict came in when he was acquitted. What do you remember about that time?
Well, I remember that specifically, and I also think it's important for us to say, Gail, that I think a lot of African Americans had their doubts as to whether he was innocent or not, and much of the cheering was not necessarily for O.J. Simpson, as much as it was for someone who, as misguided as this may sound at first glance, had beat the system. That African Americans had, for so many years, been railroaded into jail, that you finally had someone rich enough and powerful enough to maybe, and I underline that, evade the system. But it's an extraordinary time that we lived through. You think about the white Bronco and the chase and all that led up to his arrest. And I don't know that we would be able to even think about the proportion of it today, simply because social media, think about this, Gail, had he been on the freeway, even though the helicopters followed him, you would have had so many camera angles from phones and everybody trying to be, the reporter on the scene. It's just an extraordinary time.
He was acquitted in that case, but there was forever still a cloud over O.J. Simpson. And how do you think he navigated that? Because, many times he would still be walking in the streets. People were asking for his autograph, wanting to take a photo with him. And still there were others that saw him as a pariah.
That's a great question, Gail. I had been with him on a number of occasions after the fact. And what he would do is when he would see someone looking at him, he would quickly go to them and say hello to them before they could say anything. It was a disarming tactic on his part, if you will. So if he was afraid they were going to say something rude or vile, he would try to disarm them because he was a charismatic person. He was bigger than life in many instances. And so he would try to speak first, and he was, and some people will rail at this, but he was charming at times. And so he leaned on that charm to disarm people.
Yeah, charming is not what the Goldman family feels about him, or many members.
Certainly not.
No, the Goldman family or the Simpson family. And I was always thinking about them during times like this.
Yeah, and it's hard to really kind of put your arms around this. It didn't bring any of those people back. It didn't ease the pain of those families who still today grieve the loss of those two people.
And he always, Ed, even right up until the end, he always maintained that he was innocent.
He did maintain that, as you say, until the day he passed away. And he was quick to suggest that he always was, in his words, searching for the killer. There were those who will suggest he never did that. But he did maintain he had absolutely nothing to do with it. And as hard as that is to believe for many people, and you think about this, Gail, for as long as it's been since those gruesome murders, O.J. Simpson remained up until he died the face of a murderer for many. Even today, there will be comedians who will use him as the butt of a joke. And so it was something that stuck to him until his last days.
Ed Gordon, thank you so much. When I got the news, listen, we had heard that he was sick and that he'd been sick for a while, but it was still very jarring to get the news because it just brought back all the memories about that trial. And I still, to this day, keep thinking about the tragedy of the Simpson family and the Ron Goldman family. Thank you, Ed Gordon. Thank you for talking with us this morning. Just a reminder, we are remembering O.J. Simpson. He has died at the age of 76. His agent said that he'd been suffering from prostate cancer. O.J. Simpson's family said that he was surrounded by his children and his grandchildren when he died last night. There will be more coverage on our streaming service, CBS News 24/7, and tonight on the CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell. Many of you will now return to CBS Mornings. This has been a CBS News Special Report. I'm Gail King, CBS News here in New York.
So we are continuing to follow this breaking news this morning. O.J. Simpson has died at the age of 76 after a battle with prostate cancer. Simpson was diagnosed in February and was undergoing chemotherapy. There had been reports that perhaps he was in hospice care, reports that he denied. His family tweeted, though, on his X account saying that he was surrounded by family, and they asked for privacy and grace during their time of transition. Simpson made the NFL Hall of Fame after an 11-year career with San Francisco and Buffalo. He was also infamously at the forefront of a major criminal trial in the 1990s after he was accused of murdering his ex-wife, Nicole Brown Simpson, and her friend, Ron Goldman. Perhaps that trial has overshadowed any of his accomplishments on the field or during his broadcasting career as well. He was acquitted of all those charges, though, but in a separate case, Simpson served 9 years in prison after being found guilty for a 2007 armed robbery in Las Vegas. He was released on parole in 2000. He was released on parole, I believe, in 2017. And so now there will be a lot of discussion about his life and legacy, a powerhouse on the field, an incredibly impactful spokesperson and broadcaster. But the trial for the murders of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman is what looms large. The entire country was transfixed, not only when there was news of the murder, but on the day that he was supposed to turn himself into police, he slipped away and embarked on this hours-long slow speed chase in the back of that white.
Council, if you're ready, we'll have the jurors brought back in.
All rise. Jury's present on account of one.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Please be seated. We're back on the record then on case CR 22-21-1623, just included the morning recess. Detective Colonel CEO is still under oath. And Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue with your direct, you can do that at this time.
Thank you. Detective, I think when we left off, we were speaking about the autopsy of J.J. Bell, correct?
Correct.
You had mentioned earlier that you did observe the actual, not only the body, but then the autopsy of J.J. Bell.
That's correct.
And were you present for that entire autopsy?
Yes, I was.
And when that autopsy was concluded, what did you do?
At that time, Dr. Warren and his team removed JJ from that autopsy table. Then they brought out a second, excuse me, black body bag. And I recognized it to be the same body bag from the scene because it also had dirt. And they placed that body bag on the table.
And what did you observe next?
Dr. Warren and his team opened the body bag, looked at the remains for what was left as far as remains inside. He stated there was nothing he could do at that time with an autopsy. So
Judge, I'm going to move to strike as hearsay.
Your own statement already came through.
Yeah, and I'm going to move to strike.
So,
could you repeat the question?
What did you observe? What were you had just talked about the Ty's remains being brought out. What did you observe?
Once the remains were brought out, Dr. Warren opened the bag and looked at the remains and stated there was nothing he could do at that point. So at that time, we left the autopsy room for the day.
And when you left, did you do anything in furtherance of your investigation that day?
No.
Did you return to the Ada County Coroner's office the next day?
We did. On June 12th, 2020, we went back to the Ada County Coroner's office. At that point, Lieutenant Ball took custody of some of the evidence and we transported it to the state lab in Meridian.
And were you with Lieutenant Ball when you did that?
I was, yes.
And once you took it to the state lab, what did you do?
Those items were checked into the state lab. And then that concluded what we did for that day.
Detective, you spoke earlier about some of the other agencies you've worked with in this investigation. And is it correct you worked with Fremont County?
Correct, yes.
And I believe you testified that your primary focus in this investigation was looking for Tyler and JJ. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Was there an investigation in Fremont County at the same time that had connections to your investigation?
Yes, there was.
What was that investigation?
Fremont was investigating the death of Tammy Daybell, who was married to the defendant, Chad Daybell. Kind of the exact same time we were doing our investigation with missing children.
Right. And Would you meet with Fremont County and discuss the cases together?
Yes, we would.
And would you aid each other in those investigations?
Yes.
Would you share information?
Yes.
Detective, are you aware of any event involving Tammy Daybell on October 9th, 2019?
Yes, I am.
How did you become aware of that event?
Through the course of sharing information with the Fremont County Sheriff's Office, we were advised.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes.
All right, I want to have the court reporter, if we could read back Mr. Wood's previous question before the sidebar, and then I'll see if there's an objection held by defense.
Question, how did you become aware of that event?
Is there an objection to that, Mr. Pryor?
No, not to that question.
Okay, then Mr. Wood, just proceed with another question.
I don't think there's no objection to the question. I don't think it's been answered yet.
Okay. You can answer.
We were advised through the course of our investigation that.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. The question is whether he was advised, not what he was advised of, but whether he was advised.
Our response, Mr. Wood?
Not quite sure I understand that objection, Your Honor.
I don't as well, so you can continue with your response.
Can you repeat the question, please?
How did you become aware of the events of October 9th, 2019?
Through the course of our investigation, we were aware of those events through speaking with Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
Why was it important to you in investigating your case to share information and receive information from Fremont County?
It was important because the suspects in that case were the exact same suspects in our case. And so we wanted to make sure that we shared information so nothing was missed. At that point, we were still looking for two small children. And so it was imperative to us that we shared information and gathered information from neighboring counties and anybody that was involved with this case.
And did you also confer with Arizona law enforcement?
We did, yes.
Detective, are you aware of who Charles Vallow was?
Yes.
Who was he?
Charles Vallow was married to Lori Vallow.
Is he alive?
No, he is not.
Do you know when he died?
Charles died July 11th, 2019.
Are you aware of how he died?
Charles was shot by Alex Cox, Lori's brother.
Now, you testified earlier that your initial involvement in this case involved looking for a Jeep.
That's correct.
And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe you testified that you were looking for that Jeep because it was requested by Arizona law enforcement.
That's correct, yes.
And are you aware of why they were looking for that Jeep?
Yes, I am.
Why were they looking for that Jeep?
That Jeep was a suspect in an attempted homicide of Brendan Boudreaux, who was married to Lori's niece, Melanie Boudreaux. The suspect in that homicide was also Alex Cox.
Detective, going back to October 9th, 2019 in Tammy Daybell, are you aware of the incident that took place with Tammy Daybell?
Yes, I am.
What was it?
Judge, I'm going to object. There's no foundation as to how you became aware of it.
Sustained.
Through your investigation, did you become aware of what happened to Tammy Daybell?
Yes, I did.
And how did you become aware of that information?
Sharing information with Fremont County.
And so was this part of the collective knowledge of the case that you were working?
That's correct, yes.
And did you aid in that investigation as well?
I did.
So you personally became aware of these events?
Correct.
Based on your knowledge and your investigation, are you aware of any event involving Tammy Daybell on October 9th, 2018?
Judge, again, there hasn't been proper foundation.
I think at this point I've established that it's through investigation and knowledge.
This objection's overruled.
You can answer the question.
Yes, I'm aware.
And what was that event?
On October 9th, 2019, Tammy Daybell believes that she was shot at in the driveway of the defendant Daybell's residence.
And when you say shot at, are you aware of how she thought she was shot at?
She initially reported that it was possibly a paintball gun.
Detective, in your investigation, did you ever put together timelines of events that took place?
Yes, I did.
Why is it important to do that?
Just to establish who the key figures were, the key dates to aid in our investigation, so we can make sure that we share the accurate and correct information with the other agencies.
And in preparing for this trial, did you prepare any charts of key figures to aid the jury in understanding your testimony and the testimony of the trial?
Yes, I did.
And was that based on your involvement in the case?
Yes.
And your investigation?
Correct.
And based on I'm sorry, that wasn't very well said. Based on the information you gained from your investigation?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 30. Detective, do you have State's Exhibit 30 in your hand?
Yes, I do.
What does it purport to be?
Those are the key figures that I put together as far as the investigation goes, photographs.
And did you do that to aid this jury in understanding who the people involved in this case are?
Yes.
And did you do that in anticipation of your testimony?
Yes, I did.
Present. The pictures attached with those names, Are those true and accurate representations of the individuals attached to those names?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes only, the state would move to enter State's Exhibit 30 into evidence.
Any objection?
For demonstrative purposes, no.
Very well. Exhibit 30 is marked for that reason.
May I publish?
Yes.
Detective, if you can just use your pointer and just, for purposes of the record, read the names attached to each picture.
Sure. This is Lori Vallow Daybell, Charles Vallow, Alex Cox, who's Lori's brother, Chad Daybell, Tammy Daybell, his deceased wife, Tylee Ryan, who is a daughter to Lori, JJ Vallow, who's a son to Lori, and Melanie Pulowski Boudreaux, she was remarried, is the niece to Lori Vallow.
Now, when you say that JJ was Lori Vallow-Daybell's son, was he also Charles Vallow's son?
Yes, he was.
And that was by way of adoption, correct?
That's correct.
And so Alex Cox was JJ and Tylee's uncle.
Yes.
Detective, similar to that last chart, did you prepare a timeline in anticipation of your testimony?
Yes, I did.
And did you do that based on your experience and knowledge of the case?
Yes, I did.
And it was based on information you gained through your investigation?
That's correct.
And did you do that to aid the jurors in understanding just the basic timeline of the events that happened in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask the witness behind the State's Exhibit 31.
Judge, could we approach please with the sidebar?
Yes.
This time, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there's an evidentiary issue to resolve, which we are going to take up outside of the presence of the jury. We'll do that as quickly as we can. So I will be off the bench while I research this momentarily. Then we'll come back on and make a ruling outside of the jury's presence, bring them back in and continue evidence.
All rise, please.
Okay, so we're going to have a prolonged break while he does some checking. I wonder how long this will take. This is kind of funny having somebody local who shops at my favorite store. Oh boy, small world indeed. Yours are half tabby, Maine Coon, and a year-old black guy, Allie Ann Cole. Oh, cool. My cat is a Himalayan, although when I was growing up, anything that was dark tail, dark ears, dark legs, lighter body, and blue eyes was always Siamese. But it seems to me that what they call Siamese these days are the ones that are really overbred, exotic looking ones, and
Maybe
I like those. I like, and Eowyn is such a lovely cat. I trained her when she was just a kitten to sit in my lap between me and the computer. And now she's, of course, big. And so she often will lay right next to the computer. So, and she's such a friendly cat. I think maybe she's probably got ragdoll in her because she doesn't mind being held. So, okay, let's see. Yes, she is very vocal. Where is Ellen right now? She must be off in the living room because she's not here on the bed with me. I need to clear my space in my living room where I would do live streams sometime when I'd be on camera, but for these trials, it's so far from the router that it doesn't seem like. Oh, that reminds me, I got a Wi-Fi extender so that I could do that. So, let's see. computer just crashed and was slow on rebooting. So, anyway, I've got a new computer that my aunt gave me just before the wedding, but because of all of the chaos and getting the wedding ready, I set it down in one spot and it seems to have gone missing. So, oh, Coke Zero is good. I prefer Diet Dew, but or I prefer Mountain Dew Zero, but that's not on offer at the 7-Eleven, so I get Diet Dew, but Coke Zero is almost as good as the real thing. So let's see. We've still got the break going on. Let's pull that up. So I got some Diet Dew during the break yesterday. What a fiasco that was yesterday because I shut the live stream down and I thought about putting it on something to play while I ran my errand. I thought, no, let's shut it down because if anything happens, I won't be here to restart it. And then it turns out StreamYard had gone down 45 minutes before we went to the lunch break, and it was out for 2 hours. And so I was trying to do it from 2 hours. That's a good description. Well, I need to avoid the calories and the sugar because the doctor says that I've got diabetes. It doesn't seem to be that high anytime they've tested me. So, anyway, so let's see. Yeah, that's fun. Okay. Let's see. We can go back to O.J. Simpson coverage here. Oh, really? Ah, we ought to meet up sometime. That would be interesting. Let's see. Okay, let's check Twitter really quickly and see what the latest is. Oh, okay. Let's go over here to Twitter where we've got somebody found a clip from Family Guy. Or let's see. No, that's not O.J. Simpson, but they've labeled it Nicole Brown Simpson taking O.J. Simpson straight to hell. So let me get this set up here. And we've got the volume. Okay, here we go. Okay, that was shorter than I expected. Oh dear. People make their sentiments known in these circumstances, which is why I'm curious to see what the general opinion is, because at the time of the end of the O.J. Simpson trial, you had such a dichotomy. You had the Black community, oh, he's innocent, and you had the white community going, he got away with murder, but it seems that from my perspective, there are less people who say he's innocent now than right after the trial. So let's see if there's anything else interesting here on Twitter. Oh, here's one that I want to watch this later. It says Norm Macdonald going off on O.J. Simpson. Maybe since I don't know what he's going to say, I'm a little dubious about playing it. Okay, let's go back to the news coverage here.
The entire country was transfixed, not only when there was news of the murder, but on the day that he was supposed to turn himself into police, he slipped away and embarked on this hours-long slow speed chase in the back of that white Bronco. The nation was riveted. The chase was covered on cable news, followed by helicopters and news cameras. And really, the entire nation stopped to watch this unfold. Eventually, he returned back to his home, and the reports are that he was given a chance to go inside his Brentwood home, drink some orange juice, and then turn himself in. The trial itself was a moment in American history. It was one of the first times that cable news was able to air a trial from beginning to end. And he had with him what was called a dream team of attorneys. Johnny Cochran, Robert Kardashian. Now, his own children are almost more famous than Robert Kardashian. Robert Shapiro and F. Lee Bailey. And they embarked on a defense that was riveting. Anyone who watched this trial remembers sort of the key words. If it doesn't fit, you must acquit. Something close to that. And it all had to do with whether or not a glove fit on O.J. Simpson's hands. It was sort of a key pivotal moment in the trial. So you heard Ed Gordon talking with Gail King just a short time ago, and he's joining us now. He was the first journalist to speak with Simpson after that infamous acquittal. Thank you so much for pivoting over to us. Ed, this is that trial, and the conclusion of that trial, it's one of those moments where if you were alive, you remember where you were at the time. And
that's right.
As the viewers know, Ed, I was not in this country at the time. I was in Canada. I was still in school, and no one was in class. Everyone was watching the verdict, and there were cheers and there were groans. It was a moment of sort of great division.
It was all of that. And if you think about the trial, and as you noted, it was broadcast daily, it became a true reality show. You know, we call reality shows that, but they are not. And this had people transfixed. People were skipping not only class, some people would skip work at times, and certainly work had stopped altogether the day the verdict was announced. And if ever we wanted to see an indication, we talk so much about the division in this nation between the races today, but if ever we wanted to see an illustration of that, that's certainly the day that verdict came down was it when you looked at the personification of division.
Yeah, I think that's so clear. And I think, excuse me, Ed, as I clear my throat a little, I think that over time, people's opinions about that verdict evolved and changed. But at that moment, and you sort of really articulated it really well with Gail, there was this idea that the justice system is rigged against African Americans. And for once, here is a Black man who's able to beat the system. It seems sort of ludicrous at the time, but that was sort of part of the logic for many people when they saw him being acquitted.
Unveil the alchemy of hair metamorphosis. Witness the magic.
Discovering the secret to splendid, vibrant hair doesn't mean relying on costly medical procedures or breaking the bank with treatments. Unlocking the full potential of your natural hair doesn't have to mean visits to expensive dermatologists or genetic specialists. There's been a buzz in the beauty world, one that's been overshadowed by the industry for too long. But now it's coming into the light thanks to some sharp minds from one of the most advanced scientific research laboratories. Get ready for a truth that's going to shake up everything you've been told about why our hair thins out. Forget the old tales of genetics or the idea that hair destiny is written at your age. We've been led to believe that it's all down to things we can't change, like our genes or our hair type. But that's just a smokescreen. The real issue? It's not about age or DNA. It's about giving our hair what it really needs. Now we're talking about a game changer, and it's nothing synthetic or artificial. It's all about giving your hair the feast of nutrition it's been starving for. Enter the hero of Mori product story, fulvic acid. It is not just like any single ingredient. It's a natural powerhouse filled with goodies, 77 trace minerals, 18 amino acids, and 5 vitamins to be exact. Extracted from the depths of the earth, it's like a superfood for your scalp, giving your hair a feast of nutrients to help it grow thicker, stronger, and longer. For all the women over 20 who are dreaming of that full, healthy head of hair, this could be the game changer. It's not just about looking good. It's about the feeling you get when you can show off your hair to the world and feel amazing doing it. Mori is leading the charge with this natural wonder in their ultimate hair growth product line. All our products are enriched with other potent ingredients.
Yeah, that was certainly part of the ethos. And I think the other divisions that you saw, people wanted to know where you lined up before the verdict came down. I can recall many white colleagues asking me, well, what do you think? What do you feel about OJ? It was a real sense of, quite frankly, the idea of, are you for us or are you against us? And it was that simple for them. And so, again, we don't want to lose sight that 2 people lost their lives in all of this in a gruesome way. And it's very sad. And we still all grieve and pray for those family members. You never get over something like that, even after all of these years. But we also have to remember that the Simpson family, certainly had a rough go of it. His children had a rough go of it after the fact. And so there were no winners. There was no way to, button this up neatly. This was just a sad day across the board.
Yeah, I know certainly it was a frustration for the Goldman family and for the Simpson family, for Nicole's sister, who became a very sort of outspoken advocate for those who were victims of domestic violence. It was very frustrating for them to watch O.J. Simpson not only walk free, but also kind of become a kind of like a cult personality almost. It was something that they tried to remind the public that these 2 people had been murdered. But as time went on, there was increased distance between the horror of the crime and this sort of character that O.J. Simpson became. Ed, I want you to just sort of hang on a little bit because I want to bring in CBS News legal analyst Ricky Kleeman. Ricky, were you, I think Court TV, this kind of put Court TV on the map. Were you working for Court TV at the time?
Not only was I working for Court TV, Anne-Marie, but I was specifically hired in order to anchor the O.J. Simpson case. So that was the beginning of my television career. And the first appearance that I had on Court TV was at the preliminary hearing. And then during the course of 1995, was in Los Angeles with the late, great Fred Graham to anchor the case for Court TV. Then I also followed on television for Court TV the robbery trial that later happened in Las Vegas. And then finally for CBS did the parole hearing. So he has really been part of the arc of this second career for me after practicing law. I think that there can be no doubt, as the previous commentators have noted, that the day of the verdict was a day of reckoning in this country. And we really saw the difficulty of the race divide on that day. When you were present for those many months in Los Angeles, watching the trial all day long, commenting, analyzing the trial, you had a different feeling when you were watching it on camera than when you had a moment where you were allowed to go into the courtroom and realize the charisma of this man. He would be brought from his holding cell, and there are those people, and they're very few indeed, who have something about them that the room vibrates from them. And of course, the infamous moment at the trial that I think none of us could ever forget, every viewer in the country who saw it, was the day he tried on the glove and that the glove did not fit. And of course, it created Johnny Cochran's brilliant closing argument, if it doesn't fit, you must acquit. We knew, Amory, that I would say Fred Graham and I knew that there could be no doubt that after the jury had deliberated for 4 hours on the first day and then said that they had a verdict and that the verdict would be announced
Sorry about that. It shut down again. But I had an idea about something that might help with my computer. We had a problem with my last computer that we think that the computer overheats and that's why it crashes so much. And so we put it in a new housing with a better design, but it's taken to crashing a lot. But there weren't any cooling fans for laptops available at any of the stores for a price that I was prepared to pay yesterday. So I've just run into the kitchen and grabbed this rack thing for making it so you can stack things in the cupboards. And so I've elevated it up so that it's off of the surface, and then I've got a ceiling fan, not a ceiling fan, a little portable fan, which I've set by the side of so that the airflow can flow underneath the computer, and I think that will probably help a lot. So we'll see. Yeah, leather shrinks when it's dry, which is why you hear about in like old cowboy films, you would have somebody tied up with leather thongs that have been soaked in water, and then they would dry out in the sun and go real tight for the person who's been bound, and they wouldn't be able to escape. Let's see. Well, there are a few things that went on with the gloves and OJ trying them on. First of all, he put on rubber gloves, which they kind of have a little bit of a non-slip effect. And so that would make it so that they're not as easy to go on. And another thing is he would take medication for his arthritis, which was bad. And they had him stop taking his arthritis medicine so that his hands would be swollen. And so then you also have the fact that the leather shrinks, and so between the three factors, there was no way those gloves were going to fit, and it was a stupid move for the prosecution to suggest him trying on the gloves, because that really was a bad look. And it didn't convince me that he was innocent, but if somebody had doubts, it would be confirmation bias that he's really innocent. So yeah, that was a huge factor, because we all heard about how he had such bad arthritis he couldn't possibly commit the murders, and I don't think that it was that bad. It may have been painful for doing other things, but when you've got the adrenaline pumping and so forth, and you're in fight or flight mode like that, it overrides the pain. So let's see. Let's get it set up so that we've got the courtroom here. And it looks like it's running behind a minute. Oh, just in time. Okay, here we go.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we are back on the record on CR 22211623. We are going to take up an objection outside of the presence of the jury as it relates to the state's proposed exhibit, in this case particularly state's proposed exhibit 31. And the court had to go back and review some prior rulings in the case that occurred some time ago. I've done that now, so what I'd like to go through is the proffer and determination if there's still a objection to the exhibit, and make a ruling on that outside of the jury's presence. So Mr. Wood has offered exhibit 31, which is a timeline, and Mr. Pryor, does the defense maintain an objection to the admission of that timeline?
Judge, I spoke with Ms. Blake. And procedurally, I think at the time that the 404B was filed by the state, we were also dealing with the severance issue, is what I recall. And then she discussed that with me. So I think I may have made a non-objection to the 404B. And I think I made a record of that when Mr. Thomas and Mr. Archibald were objecting to that. So I may forego my objection, because I think My recollection is I don't have a record of it, Judge, which is a little unusual, but I think I may have noted on the record to the court that I'm not objecting to the introduction of the 404B evidence.
All right, I understand. I think there was lodged an objection back February 14th of 2023 by you to the 404B motion. Is the state having clarification on that, Mr. Wood?
Your Honor, just based on recollection, I believe it was not an objection to all of the state's intended 404B, but to some of it. And my recollection, and I'm not looking at any document, this is just my recollection, was that the defendant did stipulate to some of the 404B, including issues dealing with Charles Fallow and Brandon Boudreaux. That's my recollection.
And Judge, my recollection is that I did file a timely objection, but then at the hearing, there was, and I'm going back, Judge, and we're talking 3 years ago, and I'm just going off of recollection as well. That's Mr. Wood is. I believe that I filed an objection, and then at the time of the hearing, I may have orally stated that I'm not objecting to the introduction of the Brandon Boudreaux or the Charles Fallow information. And Mr. Thomas and Mr. Archibald continued theirs, and the hearing was continued on. And somewhere in the interim, Judge, there was a severance order granted. And I don't know whether I was part of the 404B motion. That's where I'm having some difficulty in recollection. My records don't show an order that you granted the 404B in this case, so I don't see an order in this case.
Okay, so just to clarify, there was an objection was filed on behalf of Mr. Daybell by Mr. Pryor, February 14th, 2023 to the 404B. We then had a hearing on the 404B evidence on February 22nd, 2023. The court then issued an oral ruling on the record, and in that oral ruling went through different evidence that was sought to be proffered under 404B. And among the rulings the court made on the court minutes under paragraph 9, specifically referencing consideration of the shooting at Mr. Boudreaux, the court weighed out the 404B arguments and found that it would be admissible at trial. And then in the hearing, I did indicate that I'd gone through the analysis for 404B, looking at the State versus Fox case, doing a two-tiered weighing of the factors, balancing them out with the evidence proffered, and ultimately, and I'm looking at the transcript of this hearing where I made the oral ruling, determining finally, quote, the court does find there is relevance under tier 1, parts 1 and 2 for the introduction of that evidence. And then I looked at Rule 403 to see if there was probative value to substantially outweigh the danger of unfair prejudice, and finally determined that as to the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, there would be more probative than unfairly prejudicial, as it would relate back to the purported plan of the defendants. So the court did find that the state was permitted to introduce that 404B evidence. So as we stand here, knowing procedurally that's the ruling, on the timeline, I guess I'll first come back to this proposed Exhibit 31 and ask if there's any objection at this point for the defense, Mr. Pryor.
No, Judge.
Okay, so Exhibit 31 then has been offered and will be admitted. I would also note on the record that I think the door has been open to discuss that anyway based on opening argument as well. But for that reason, and also based on the court's prior determination made, I am going to permit that reference on 404B evidence. The reason I'm still discussing this for counsel is I think this now triggers a requirement that I give a limiting instruction to the jurors about how 404B evidence is considered. And I do have prepared a limiting instruction that I am going to advise them of at such point as after your exhibit's been offered, Mr. Wood.
Okay.
Okay, thanks for the delay there. We can bring the jurors back in, please. This is, I don't know where the, I've got the actual.
And Judge, if I could just quickly inquire before the jury comes back in, the court did have both pages of that in its.
I only have first page.
Okay, once we get done with this witness, I'll bring that up.
Okay.
All right.
Jury is present and accounted for.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, apologies for that delay. We were working through an evidence issue. I will note that the state has offered Exhibit 31, which has now been admitted by the court. It's a timeline. It does make some references in there that, for me at this time, I think would be best to give the jurors a special limiting instruction. So I'll read this instruction to the jurors at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, during the course of this trial, evidence will be introduced for the purpose of showing that the defendant committed acts other than for which the defendant is on trial. Such evidence, if believed, is not to be considered by you to prove the defendant's character or that the defendant has a disposition to commit crimes. Rather, such evidence may be considered by you only for the limited purpose of proving the defendant's motive, opportunity, intent, plan, or absence of mistake or accident. So that instruction provided, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to proceed with that exhibit.
Your Honor, I don't have these.
Well, I believe the witness does.
May I publish?
Yes.
Just briefly before I do, Detective, before we took a break, we spoke about timeline you had prepared.
Correct.
And the reason you prepared that was to aid the jury in understanding the events of this case.
Yes.
If you can take your pointer and go through these events and just read them into the record.
September 2nd through September 3rd, 2019. Rory, Alex, and the kids, JJ and Tyler, moved to Rexburg, Idaho. The last known proof of life for Tylee was September 8th, 2019. The last known proof of life for JJ was September 22nd, 2019. The attempted shooting at Brenton Boudreaux in Gilbert, Arizona, or attempted homicide, October 2nd, 2019. The attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell, October 9th, 2019. The death of Tammy Daybell, October 19th, 2019.
Make it with you on the second page.
November 1st, police received a call about a Jeep. The Jeep was located November 4th, 2019. Chad and Lori get married in Hawaii, November 5th, 2019. Welfare check on JJ, November 26th, 2019, which is the same day Alex and Chad were contacted. The Rexburg Police Department searched Lori and Alex's apartments November 27th, 2019. Search warrant served on the Daybell residence was June 9th on 2020. JJ and Tyler were taken to the Ada County Coroner's office June 10th, 2020. And the autopsy was conducted June 11th of 2020. Thank you.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
Judge, would the court like me to start, or would you, or like to take a break at the lunch break?
Let's go ahead and get started with cross and go till it was, please.
Good afternoon, all. Good morning, officer.
Good morning, sir.
We do know each other. We've at least exchanged pleasantries a couple of times.
Yes, sir.
In the past. And I guess for purposes of this hearing, would you prefer that I refer to you as lieutenant or officer?
Lieutenant's fine.
Mr. Pryor, I apologize very much for the interruption. I wanted to confirm something on that last exhibit. It was entered by the court. Is that a demonstrative exhibit?
That's what I understood.
Either as a demonstrative or somebody.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Apologies for the interruption.
Judge, I'm also looking for the, oh, I found it. So Lieutenant, you've been involved in a number of aspects in regards to this case, right?
That's correct.
You've done some investigation on your own in terms of the welfare check with Lori Vallum, is that right?
Yes.
But you've also interviewed a number of witnesses, is that correct?
Yes.
You interviewed Melanie Gibb, David Warwick, right?
Yes.
Several times?
Few times.
And you've interviewed a number of other witnesses as it relates to this case, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, now you previously discussed your role as a police officer and investigator in this case. And I guess I want to clarify something if you could, please. As a police officer investigating a case, your role is to conduct the investigation, right? Look at the facts. Correct. Try to establish and gain some information, right?
Correct.
But you're not supposed to judge one way or the other, right? You're supposed to remain neutral.
That's correct.
And you're not supposed to narrow that role as a police officer to a particular person. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In other words, you're supposed to look at the evidence as a whole. And rather than focusing on one person and saying, we're going to assume this person did this, and we're going to build our case around prosecuting that person. That would be inappropriate, wouldn't it? Right. Your role is actually to look at all the evidence, consider all the evidence. And once you've gathered all the evidence that you think is relevant to a case, what do you do with that evidence?
We follow the evidence.
Okay. And then once you follow the evidence and you've established a report or you've come to concluding your investigation, what do you do with that evidence that you've concluded with?
We put a case together.
Okay. And then do you provide it to someone?
We provide it to the prosecutors.
Okay. So there's distinct roles as part of a criminal case. You'd agree with that, right?
Yes.
And your role is to conduct an investigation, correct?
Correct.
Look into all possible evidence of any kind, correct?
Correct.
And view the evidence, right?
Yes.
Not make any determination as to what that evidence means, but rather gather as much evidence as you think is relevant in your mind and put together a compilation of that evidence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then at that point, only at that point, do you provide it to the prosecuting attorney and they make a determination as to whether or not they will pursue charges against somebody. Do you understand? Is that the way you understand the process is supposed to work?
Yes.
Okay. And if you were not to follow that process, if you were not to follow what I just described, that wouldn't be appropriate. There's protocols. Do you agree with that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you should never blend the roles of a police officer with the role of a prosecuting attorney. You would agree with that, right?
Explain what you mean by blend the roles.
Well, I mean, it's not a prosecutor's role to show up at an investigation when you're conducting an investigation and engage in part of the process of an interviewing witnesses. You'd agree with that, right?
I've had prosecutors show up to certain investigations.
Okay, but that's not the norm, is it?
I think it depends on the investigation.
Okay, okay. So in other words, you think that it's appropriate that if a prosecutor is deciding whether to pursue charges against somebody, that they should also participate in the interviewing of these witnesses as part of that process. Is that what you're telling me?
I think it's important for a prosecutor to have all the information.
Well, doesn't that create a problem in your mind?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, let me talk to you a little bit about that. Because if you're doing an investigation and you're really remaining neutral as part of that investigation, right? You're not supposed to make judgments, correct?
Correct.
You're supposed to look at the evidence, gather all the evidence, and then make a determination of what evidence you want to submit to a prosecuting attorney, right?
Correct.
Do you ever get involved in the process of deciding whether someone should be charged or not?
What do you mean by that, sir?
Well, after the evidence is all gathered, and after you've done your report as a police officer and put together all of the information, do you ever go over to the prosecutor's office and say, you know what, I put this evidence together, and you know what, I want to have a discussion with you about whether or not we want to charge this person? That wouldn't be appropriate, would it?
I'm going to object as argumentative.
Sustained.
Okay. But would it be appropriate for a prosecutor to interview witnesses and inject their personal opinion in those processes of interviewing witnesses? Would that be proper under any circumstances?
Yeah, I'm going to object as argumentative.
I'll overrule that objection.
And could you repeat the question again?
Yes. But would it be appropriate for a prosecutor to interview witnesses and inject their personal opinion in those processes of interviewing witnesses? Would that be proper under the circumstances?
To interject their personal opinion?
Yeah.
I would say probably not.
Okay. So if you're engaging in name calling or making references to a person's character in a case, that would clearly be an inappropriate act, would it not?
The objection beyond the scope, Your Honor.
That's sustained. That's facts, not evidence.
All right. Okay. Now, you spoke a little bit about this body cam issue. And You said that it was a policy that there's only one body cam among 7 or 10 of you as detectives. Is that right?
No, sir, I never once said it was policy. I just said there was only one body cam.
Oh, so,
Between 7 detectives.
so in other words, you share a body cam. It's not a policy within the department.
Correct.
Okay, is there a policy in the department about recording or trying to preserve a record when you're interviewing witnesses?
Yes.
Okay, and what's that policy, sir?
When we conduct interviews in the police department,
Yeah.
those interviews are recorded.
Okay. Now, what about if you're out in the field and you're conducting an interview? Is that to be recorded as well?
There's no policy that says it has to be recorded.
Okay. Do you carry a microphone as well, officer, other than a body cam?
No, not on my person, I don't.
Okay, do you carry a cell phone while you're doing that that's issued by the county?
Do I keep the cell phone in my car? Yes.
I didn't ask you that. I said, do you carry a cell phone when you go out in the field?
On my person or in my vehicle?
Either one.
In my vehicle.
Okay. And does that cell phone have the technology that allows you to record or photograph and videotape images?
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right. So what I understand is on November 26, 2019, you were directed your folks to go out to the Lori Vallow residence. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and you said that you were with Ron Ball. Is that who you said you were with?
At one time, yes, I was with a couple different officers that day.
Oh, so tell me who you were with on that day. Mind me.
Detective Dave Holt.
Okay.
Detective David Stubbs.
Okay.
And Lieutenant Ron Ball.
So there were 4 of you who went out there to locate or to find out some information about what again? Remind me.
About the whereabouts of J.J. Vallow.
Okay, and this was a concern that you had because you were contacted by another law enforcement agency expressing concern about the safety of a young child, right?
No, sir.
Okay, tell me what was the purpose?
It was a simple welfare check.
Okay. And you went out on this welfare check and there were, if my math is correct, please correct me. Did all 4 of you detectives and lieutenants go out at the same time?
No, sir.
You went out at different times.
Myself and Dave Holt went out initially.
Okay, and then when did the other 2 officers show up?
When I called them based on the lies that I had been told.
Okay. And these lies that you've been told, at that point, you and Detective Holt, neither of you decided to bring a video camera, right?
That's correct.
And neither of you decided to wear a recorder to record any of the incidents that took place about these so-called lies, right?
That's correct.
And nobody took out their phone and recorded it or made a video or audio recording of the discussion with Mr. Daybell or Mr. Cox on November 26, 2019, right?
That's correct.
And even after you said these so-called lies, even after you discovered that, Mr. Daybell apparently told you something that you didn't think was true, at that point, did you instruct any of the officers who were coming to aid you? Maybe it's a good idea we should bring an audio with, or a video camera with us, or a mic to record some of these statements, because I have some concerns. Did you think about that?
We did that, sir.
Hold on.
I'm going that there was an objection and sustaining the objection. So, strike the answer. You can ask another question, Mr. Pryor.
And it was Detective Stubbs who had the video cam, is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And that was when you video cammed Miss Vallow, about when you had contact eventually with Miss Vallow, is that what the video camera that you're talking about?
I didn't have contact with Miss Vallow.
Now, I'm a little confused about something. And maybe you can clear this up. You said that you asked Mr. Daybell first about whether he had Lori Vallow's phone number, correct?
No, sir. I didn't contact Mr. Daybell until after I contacted Alex Cox.
Okay. At some point, did you ask for Lori Vallow's phone number from Mr. Daybell?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And at no point did you ever make a threat to him saying you're going to turn this phone number over to us, right?
No, sir.
At no point did any other officer walk up to him and say, if you don't turn this phone number over, you're going to get yourself in a lot of trouble. That never took place to your knowledge, right?
That's correct.
Okay. But then after that, you're saying, at first he said, I'm not going to give you the phone number. And then out of the blue, he decides to give you the phone number.
Objection misstates the facts and evidence.
Okay, then subsequent to that, he's
Hold on, Mr. Pryor. When there's an objection, I'm gonna rule on it before you launch into another question. So the objection is sustained.
subsequent to that, he decides to give you the phone number. Is that right?
Can you repeat the question, please?
I'll go back over the analysis here.
Thank you.
Your testimony is that Mr. Daybell refused to give you the phone number at first, correct?
That's correct.
And that was an adamant refusal. He said, no, I don't know what her phone number is, right?
That's correct.
And then without any further prompting by the police officers or any encouragement by law enforcement, he shows back up and gives you the phone number later, right?
Objection is misstating the facts and the
Well,
evidence.
I'm trying to establish the facts, Judge.
The objection's overruled. If the witness has an answer, you may answer.
You say he showed back up. He never left when I originally asked him.
Okay,
I had to ask him twice to get the phone number.
okay. And how much time passed between the first request and the second request?
Roughly a minute.
Okay. So without any prompting by the police, he asked him for the phone number. He denied, and then within 60 seconds, he said, oh, here's the phone number. Is that what your testimony is?
When Detective Hope started walking towards us and I re-asked him again, that's when he gave me the number.
So you had to ask him twice. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Now I'm gonna kind of bounce around a little bit, okay? Please bear with me, okay? You made a comment about supposed paintball guns, and if I misquote your testimony, please correct me, okay? You said something about a supposed paintball gun incident with Tammy Daybell, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you later on decided that it was the words you used were a shooting. Is that the words you used?
Probably.
Well, you were just here testifying a few minutes ago and just used the word shooting when Mr. Wood talked to you about that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as part of your investigation, you got a chance to look at all the evidence, right? In this case, you got access to almost all the evidence in this case,
That's
right?
correct.
And have you gone through all the evidence in this case?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and did you look at evidence of facts and circumstances surrounding the Tammy Daybell incident on October 9th?
Yes.
Okay. And Judge, just bear with me.
Your Honor, if he's going to be showing evidence digitally, can we put our screen back up?
Yeah.
Not sure I'm gonna be up there, but okay. Now, I would represent to you that we previously stipulated to the admission of a number of exhibits in this case. And one of the exhibits is exhibit number 16. Okay? And the parties that previously exhibited, Judge, we've already moved it, it's already been exhibited. So what I'm gonna do is show you exhibit 16, okay?
And this is one already admitted.
It's already been admitted, Judge, previously. Now, you talked about facts, and you use the word shooting is what you use, right? With Tammy Daybell?
Correct.
And you don't believe that, Tammy Daybell was shot at with anything other than a paintball gun, do you?
Objection relevance.
Or you don't believe that Tammy Daybell was shot with anything other than a paintball gun, do you?
Yes, I do, sir.
Okay, and what do you base that on?
The evidence, through our investigation.
Okay. And part of your investigation is did you look at the Tammy Daybell, evidence that she provided to your office?
To my office or Fremont County?
Fremont County.
I did.
Okay. And one of the pieces of evidence is exhibit number 16. Judge, I don't see it going up.
All right, council, if you'd like, we could get a lunch break or we can keep moving on here for a minute.
Here we are, Judge.
Okay.
Okay, and officer, I'd have you turn to the screen and see if you can read the screen. Just read it. Not out loud, just to yourself. Let me know when you're done.
I'm done, sir.
Okay. And I would represent to you that this is a email from Tammy Daybell to her friends in the Salem 3rd Ward of her church. Okay? And would you start with the word something and read the email to me?
Something really weird just happened. I want you to know so you can watch out. I'd gotten home and parked in our front driveway. As I was getting stuff out of the back seat, a guy wearing a ski mask suddenly standing at the back of my car with a paintball gun. He shot at me several times, although I don't think it was loaded. I yelled for Chad and he ran around the back of the house. I have no idea what his motive was, and he never spoke, even after I asked him several times what he though.
Okay. So, and do you see the date on this email? It's just about friends there.
I'm gonna object to this being characterized as an email.
I'll sustain that.
Okay.
You want to clarify this part, what type of communication it is?
Well, it's a communication to the friends of the church, and I think it's a text
I'm
message.
sorry.
I can. I believe it's a text message. Judge, I may have misstated that it was an email.
Okay.
My apologies. So this text message went out to all of the friends of the Salem 3rd Ward. It's an LDS ward over in the town of Salem, right?
I can't answer
I
that.
don't know. You know where the town of Salem is, right?
I do.
And that's a town that's close to Rexburg?
Correct.
Okay. And obviously, you can't answer that about the ward or anything like that, but obviously the term ward would suggest that it's some sort of a religious group of folks they're talking to, right?
Correct.
Okay. But this email doesn't say that she was shot with a gun, or there's even a mention of a gun. The email talks about a paintball.
Again, I'm gonna object to characterization of this as an email. It needs to be
Text message, Judge, it's gonna be.
I'm sorry. Let's keep going.
Yeah. When there's an objection, Mr. Again, gotta have time to get it on the record, make a ruling, and then respond, please. So sustained, misstates the evidence.
Text.
I'm also gonna object to this being described as a text message. There needs to be some foundation for what this evidence actually is.
Judge, I don't need a foundation. This has been admitted as an exhibit. This is
All right.
it.
I'll overrule that objection. Jury can review it in the format it came in with screen capture.
Okay. So anyway, this message from Ms. Daybell to the people in the 3rd Ward doesn't say that it was a gun, does it?
Says, does say it's a gun, just says it's a paintball gun.
Oh, it says it's a paintball gun. You're right. Okay.
That's it.
It doesn't say any other gun, though, right? That there's any confusion about that, right?
Not in this email or text.
Okay. Did you also have an occasion to look at I'll be bringing that up later, but the search engine from Tammy Daybell's account?
No, I did not look at the search engine for Tammy's.
Were you aware that, and I'm gonna hack his name, but one of the officers, Officer K, he whatever his name is, Officer K, was provided email, search information that Tammy Daybell engaged in regarding paintball guns in a picture. Were you aware of that?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking whether he's aware of it.
Overruled.
Are you aware of it?
I was aware that he was provided information. I can't tell you exactly what information he was.
Okay, we'll get to that in another day. But did you also listen to the 911 call that was made regarding the paintball incident?
I did.
Okay. And there was no mention of a gun in that 911 call, right?
No.
The mention in the 911 call is that someone took a shot at me or tried to take a shot with a paintball gun, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So the suggestion today that it was a gun is based on your own hunch, right?
No, sir.
Well, do you have the gun?
I have evidence of Google searches done by Alex Cox around that time.
Okay. Do you have information as to where Alex Cox was at the time of this alleged shooting?
Yes, sir.
You do have evidence of that?
He was at the Daybell residence earlier that day.
I didn't ask you on the day of the Daybell residence at the time of this shooting. And do you recall when this shooting took place?
I believe it was maybe 8 in the evening, maybe.
Right. And let's clarify this because the data that you have regarding him being at the residence was much earlier in the day, right?
That's correct.
And you don't have any data that shows that Alex Cox's phone dinged or any other communication device that Alex Cox had was at the location of the house at the time of this paintball incident, do you?
At the time, no, sir.
Okay. And so at this point, the information you're talking about is there's some Google searches by Alex Cox, correct?
That's correct.
And the information is that you've decided to not take into consideration Tammy Daybell's own statement about a paintball gun?
Objection misstates his testimony.
Sustained.
So what other information are you leaning on to suggest that this was anything but a paintball gun?
The Google searches performed by Alex Cox talked about shooting through Dodge Dakota.
Okay. And I appreciate that. And that would be one of Chad and Tammy Daybell's vehicles. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Were you aware of who was driving the Dodge Dakota at the time that incident took place?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you talk to any of the family members, any of the 4 children about who was actually the driver of this Dodge Dakota that Alex Cox was trying to figure out a way to shoot through?
We attempted to contact those children and they wouldn't speak with us.
Okay, so you don't know whether Chad Daybell or Tammy Daybell were driving that Dodge Dakota, right?
That's correct.
So the reality is that Tammy Daybell was driving the Dodge Dakota. It sounds like Alex Cox had something for Tammy Daybell. Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm not suggesting that. I'm just simply stating what Mr. Cox's Google searches were around the time of that shooting.
Okay, and you're basing those Google searches on your position that you believe this was a shooting, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so if Chad Daybell was driving the Dodge Dakota during this time, and he was the primary driver and maybe the only driver, would that mean then you would be looking at whether Alex Cox was trying to shoot Chad Daybell?
Chad Daybell didn't call in a 911 call and said he was shot at. Tammy Daybell.
Yeah, but Tammy Daybell called in a 911 call about a paintball gun. And it was a paintball gun. And we'll have Officer Cannon talk about that. And we'll listen to the 911 call.
Objection, that's not a question.
Well, the question is,
Mr. Pryor, again, you've got to give me an opportunity to rule an objection. If it is sustained, that's just argument. It's not a question. You can ask another question.
the shooting and the call that was taking place was in reference to a paintball gun incident, wasn't it?
Can you repeat the question, sir? I couldn't hear you.
The call that was made regarding this incident was a 911 call about a paintball incident, wasn't it? They used the words paintball in the 911 call.
That's correct.
We'll move on. Okay. Now, we previously talked about, and Judge, I don't know when you want to stop. I've got a ways to go.
I think this probably is a good time for the lunch break, even though So we will take our lunch recess. That will be an hour. We'll plan on coming back on for additional testimony around 10 and a quarter after 1.
All rise, please.
I missed that. Yeah, he should be sanctioned by the judge and by the bar. I didn't catch that. Oh, it must be lunch hour. Let me go back and see.
That would be one of Chad and Tammy Daybell's vehicles. Is that
Okay.
4 children about who was actually the driver of this Dodge Dakota?
Just Google searches were around the time of that shooting.
Okay, and you're basing those Google searches on your position that you believe this was a shooting, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so if Chad Daybell was driving the Dodge Dakota during this time, and he was the primary driver, and maybe the only driver, would that mean that you would be looking at whether Alex Cox was trying to shoot Chad Daybell?
Chad Daybell didn't call in a 911 call, said he was shot at. Tammy Daybell did.
Yeah, but Tammy Daybell called in a 911 call about a paintball gun. And it was a paintball gun. And we'll have Officer Cannon talk about that. And we'll listen to the 911 call.
Objection, that's not a question.
Well, the question is,
Mr. Pryor, again, you've got to give me an opportunity to rule an objection. It is sustained. It's just argument, it's not a question. You can ask another question.
the shooting and the call that was taking place was in reference to a paintball gun incident, wasn't it?
Can you repeat the question, sir? I couldn't hear you.
The call that was made regarding this incident was a 911 call about a paintball incident, wasn't it? They used the words paintball in the 911 call.
That's correct.
We'll move on. Okay. Now, we previously talked about, and Judge, I don't know when you want to stop. I've got a ways to go.
I think this probably is a good time for lunch break, even though. So we will take our lunch recess. That will be an hour. We'll plan on coming back on for additional testimony around 10 and a quarter after 1.
All rise, please.
Okay, a quarter after. I will cover Corey. I have been to her hearings up in Park City so far. I ran into a friend of the younger sister, and I got her phone number, but I'm not sure where the notebook is with her phone number. And we talked a bit, and she came in chat when I was discussing the hearing where we were at. So let's see. Okay. Eowyn is cuddled up and purring quietly. And Corey, she's a nutter. I started reading an article the other day during a break about them thinking that Corey Richan's mother may be involved in the case because her former partner died of an oxycodone overdose, and kind of similar circumstances. And so I don't know that they would have any evidence to try her. I wonder if they got a search warrant for her phone and computer tracking stuff on her car. It would be very interesting to see if they could recover any of that after so much time. So yeah, interesting case, and she's another. She shows up in court looking so. I'm just a little school marm. wouldn't hurt a fly. I'm surprised she's not wearing gold rimmed glasses just for to make herself look even more Madam Librarianish. So, let's see. Indiana, shall we play your two tunes that you made? Let's see. I've pulled up. Okay, let's see. We've got a couple of them, so let's go for the first one here. Okay.
It has been some time, yet you are still to be found. Search the washer veins and mines deep underground. Parents, siblings, and grandparents left broken and down. Sickened from the lack of actions from the Ellie out of town. Though they are all sure, sitting in jail, they have their man. Without Dylan's body as proof, it's hard to understand. Just 19 as focused and unique, the young man had a plan. Turn some harsh waste desert into his own farmland. Dylan plants his first seed one day later, taken in his prime. Why, oh Lord, where to this? There was no reason. Rhyme, fingers pointed, believe all the culprits could stand in line. Yet for it all, Dylan, your heart song for us also does shine. Dylan was born and raised to farm, it's all he's ever known. Now lies somewhere without a gravestone to call his own. All we want for his family is to bring this young man home. Not to be left in a harsh land with his lost soul left to roam.
Okay, let's take a look at the other one here. Let's see. I'll go over here. That was really impressive that you got that kind of result with AI. I wondered about how it works because I assume that like computer games that have epic music and so forth, it can't hire a studio of musicians. So, okay, here we go. Let's listen to this one. Okay.
Now, time to put Dylan to rest. The family's time to release their emotions and express. To this young man far too long, coming back home. Longer out there in a harsh desert, left on his own. The father now deep in thought and a heart left broken, with an unimaginable grief, pain left unspoken. A mother's heart beating with unsurmountable rage on her son's murderer. The anger she wants to wage. Grandparents wish things could have been different. Will these dreams and ambitions trying to be considerate? The young man who just wanted his own independence, with forgiveness not on the table, only in acceptance. young man who just wanted his own independence. With forgiveness not on the table, only acceptance.
Okay, well, I'm impressed that that's all AI because um, it's, oh, let's see. Interesting. Something about Grace Kelly on the suggested videos. Has anybody seen this rock video? I mean, not rock video, this dance video to the tune Somebody That I Used to Know from a CDK dance group. I don't know that I can play it without it getting me a copyright strike. But it is just the craziest video. Oh yeah, AI is, how you can do deep fakes with AI. Did you hear about the press conference that, or was it a press conference or an interview with Vladimir Putin? And somebody came on, I think it was kind of like a town hall setup where people could ask questions through video. And so they put somebody on, and it turned out to be a computer generated Vladimir Putin asking him about using body doubles. And it was extremely effective. Oh, okay, I'll do that. I'll put it over there. And yeah, I need to get started doing some videos. I have a lot of stuff which I bought off of Temu to review. Some craft supplies, some costume jewelry because I'm into costuming, and some household stuff. And so I thought that would be a good place for doing that because it's always good to have craft supplies. And then I got this little statuette of Lady Justice holding sword and scales. And when the order came, I discovered I accidentally ordered two. So maybe for when we do verdict watch at the end, maybe we'll have some come up with some idea for a contest to see about who should get the second statue. Yes, yeah, it was like $3 or something, and I thought it was really cute. And I've always kind of, it's like 6 inches tall, and I do doll houses. And so I've always thought it would be great to have little statues for like an art gallery or in a garden. I think Lady Justice is more of an art gallery statue, but another one that I bought looks more like a garden statue. So let's take a look, see what is new. We still have more of that O.J. Simpson video from CBS. Let's take a look and see if there's anything new in YouTube land. Interesting. AB has been posting some videos on the Sebastian Rogers case, and he's got a new one, which says the title is "How Can Sebastian's Stepfather Share a Personal Recount Speaking in the Third Person?" That's a very good point. Bullhorn Betty says, Sebastian Rogers OMG, with the title Sebastian Rogers Update. Oh, and everybody who knows me knows that I am into the British royal family, and the Duchess of Narsussex posted it's a tweet, and it says Queen Meghan is the person who posted the comments. Says the British monarchy is over. Meghan Markle has triumphed. I am officially asking the royal racist Charles and Kate to vacate Buckingham Palace immediately. You are trespassing on Meghan's property. Yeah. Right. Yeah, show me a deed, please. Besides, Charles doesn't live in Buckingham Palace. He lives in Clarence House because they're doing renovations for a few years in Buckingham Palace. So, nice try. They are so delusional. Okay. Let me look and see what else we may have. And then we'll go over and listen to some of the lunchtime commentary over on Long Crime. Let's see. Let's check in on Verdict Watch. Let's see. Okay, it looks like they announced a verdict. Okay, it sounds like he was acquitted. Okay, let's... Nikolai Mew, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety. Okay, that's what I...
anyone. Please treat any such discussion with a degree of solemnity, such that whatever you would say, you'd be willing to say in front of your fellow jurors or here in open court. It is in the public interest that there be the utmost freedom of debate in the jury room, and that jurors be permitted to express their views without fear of incurring the anger of any litigants or the public. For that reason, please respect the privacy of the views of your fellow jurors. If you do decide to speak, please only speak for yourselves and not for anybody else. On behalf of my colleagues, Judges Needham, Vlack, and Nordstrand, along with my courtroom staff, thank you for your participation in this important case. Court is now adjourned. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. Based on the unanimous verdict, I will enter convictions on each of the 6 counts. Bail is revoked. Mr. Mew will be held in custody pending sentencing. My staff will contact the attorneys and will schedule the sentencing date. I will order a pre-sentence investigation report, but we can do the scheduling at a later time. Is there anything else, Mr. Anderson?
No.
Mr. Shrophacy?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Court is adjourned.
If anybody on this side of the courtroom, please.
Not much reaction there from the defendant in hearing what his fate is. Let's bring in for reaction to this verdict to discuss this in Los Angeles, California. Trial attorney Miguel Custodio is with us. Miguel, let us know what you think about this verdict. This jury coming in with really the middle ground of the lesser included.
Yeah, from what I saw and heard, both sides kind of were spoiling for a fight. You know, he went in the water with a knife, which seems very strange to me. Because I've never carried a knife when I've been off at a swimming activity before, and they were acting like a pack of hyenas. So, you know, I can understand him feeling threatened and so forth, but, you know, they were, yeah, they were being verbally abusive and so forth, but I think, you know, okay, maybe they were blocking his path to get back to his group, but he could have simply crossed to the far side of the stream, walked away, and crossed back further down the stream and come back to his group and says, let's go. And he didn't. And, you know, the argument was, it's not self-defense if there are options available to avoid violence, and clearly there wasn't anybody. You know, the people were all on one side, and he could have simply walked away from the group. Now, he probably didn't think about that, but you should think about that, is the thing. So let's listen here some more.
Information, Alexander Martin. The jury finds Nikolai Mew guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as submitted. Did Mr. Mew commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. As to count 3 of the information, Dante Carlson, the jury finds Nikolai Mew guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as submitted. Did Mr. Mew commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. As to count 4 of the information, Anthony Carlson, the jury finds Nikolai Mew guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as submitted. Did Mr. Mew commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. As to count 5 of the information, Riley Madison, the jury finds Nikolai Mew guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as submitted. Did Mr. Mew commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. As to count 6 of the information, Madison Cohen, the jury finds Nikolai Mew guilty of battery as charged. Did Mr. Mew commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. If you are just joining us, we've had breaking news out of St. Croix County, Wisconsin, where the defendant, Nikolai Mew, was found guilty in the case of the stabbings of 5 people on the Apple River. After 6 hours and 37 minutes of deliberation, they decided that he was guilty of the lesser included charge of first-degree reckless homicide and first-degree endangering safety.
Yeah, we are hoping for some reaction from the parties outside of the courthouse. Our team inside the courtroom says that Nikolai Mew's spouse is unconsolable, is how he portrayed it. Obviously, a very difficult time for this family. This is a guy that, you know, he's a Romanian, speaks 5 languages. He's an engineer, no criminal record coming into this, and now he has been remanded into custody. And a lot of our viewers have been split on this. Even the reaction now we're getting from the verdict, some saying the Wisconsin jury got it right, others saying Cheesehead dropped the ball. They believe that that this was self-defense, some do, and some believe that he was reckless and the adult that should have left these situations. So fascinating case. And to your point earlier, they really did go right down the middle.
Split the baby when it came to the way these charges go down. What they were looking at on their verdict form would have been the top count, the one the prosecutor said they should come back guilty with, which would have been first-degree intentional homicide. They determined he's not guilty of being intentional in the way that he acted, that he didn't have this malice of forethought. He wasn't, and it also goes to imperfect self-defense. If he thought he was defending himself, but it wasn't reasonable, that's when you get to these lesser includeds. They could have come back with second-degree murder. They didn't. They came back with the next down, which was first-degree reckless homicide. So that he acted in a way that didn't give great care to human life, but that he wasn't acting intentionally.
The trial attorney, Miguel Custodito, is in Los Angeles. He's watching along with this. And this, for jurors, they wanted to see that video. He testified. They took what they did from him, but during deliberations, the only questions they had were, can we see the video again? Can we see the video again? They wanted more and more views of this on video. Does that tell you that they sort of took his testimony with a grain of salt, given that he lied to law enforcement?
I think so. And at the end of the day, we know that testimony was all over the place in this case. By the witnesses, and the video really is what just, I think, dictated this verdict. And I think they got it right. I think it was fair, but he did lose credibility, the defendant did, by lying to the police subsequent to the incident. And so I think the video was key. You can tell that the jury did not have their mind made up if they wanted to see the video footage again, and I think they came to a fair conclusion.
Yeah, there likely could have been some jurors who were holdouts who said not guilty, but what they came back with was an agreement in the middle. Who knows? Maybe we'll hear from this jury. Let's go back, though, to some of those moments when this defendant took the stand. We were expecting, because it was a self-defense case, that he would take the stand, and here's what he told the jury.
What did you think was going to happen to you in that moment?
The whole time I felt like I was going to die, so basically I feared for my life.
Were you trying to kill somebody?
Absolutely not.
What were you trying to do?
I was just trying to defend myself.
You had said that your fear level was rising.
Mm-hmm.
You had waved to your friends, right? That was the look on your face at the time, correct?
Mhm.
You're smiling.
I'm confused.
You pulled out your knife at this point with these two girls standing in front of you, right?
Yes.
And as you're doing that, you're smiling, right?
That's not a smile.
Well, let's take a look at the video.
I'm overwhelmed and annoyed.
That was him on the stand. He was represented by two very seasoned attorneys, and both of them are now at the podium reacting to the verdict.
Your thoughts?
Surprised, respectfully disappointed. I understand, it's a huge task that the jury just undertook. We obviously, disagree. So with deep sadness.
How's Nikolai doing? What was his reaction to how everything went down?
He's, I thought, showed appropriate emotion throughout. He's had a deep sadness, and as he said on the initial tape to the police, he said, he was sorry. I know when this case first started, and there was talks about what we could do to help alleviate some of the stress and pain that other people were feeling. We did what we could in that moment, and I think that was a large part because Nick wanted to take the lead on that, and so he continues to feel those feelings. He's sad, obviously disappointed in the result, and contemplating his future life.
Did he tell you anything?
I told us lots of things.
Can you share?
Shared what I wanted.
Okay.
Mr. Nelson, what these charges were added on at the end, that's something the public, that aren't used to trials may not completely understand. Can you touch on that, as well as what kind of penalties he could be facing now?
Yeah. So he was originally charged with intentional crimes. By deduction, it seems like he was found. They couldn't agree on the intentional crimes, so they moved on to the reckless, and that's what he was charged with. Reckless crimes are a lesser included offense of the intentional crimes. There's still substantial life-changing penalties that he faces.
What was your thoughts coming into today when you walked in the courthouse? Did you feel good about the case?
We felt like we had a good case. We felt like we had a good defense. We felt like we put on a good defense. But in many ways, self-defense is a community standard, and it's very dependent upon which group of 12 people within the community you ask. I understand and appreciate that. We had a lot of complex feelings going in. We felt confident, but we're also aware that it's not math. It's not black and white. It's a community standard.
Were you expecting a verdict today when you walked into it's something shorter?
No real expectations, whatever. With juries are unpredictable, so. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, disappointed defense team there. Aaron Nelson doing the talking. You remember him from the Ezra McCandless trial. Corey Chervasi represented Kyle Rittenhouse. Both of these individuals have a tremendous amount of trial experience, and we saw that play out in this case.
We did.
Very vigorous.
They really presented this to the jury in a way where they really could, as defense attorneys, go back and take this not necessarily as a win, not to call it that, but they made this jury think. They did not accept right flat out what the prosecution said was the theory of this case. They took a long time in going over their deliberation, and they had a lot of questions. They wanted to see things again, and they came back with a lesser included. So in a sense, this is a win for the defense, but hopefully also gives closure and some sense of justice to the family and to those survivors. Let's squeeze in a break, and we'll get you back for more coverage of that trial and the other trials that we are covering, the Chad Daybell trial going on in Idaho, and the breaking news of O.J. Simpson's death at the age of 76.
Welcome back to Court TV. a verdict in the case against Nikolai Mew. 6 hours, 37 minutes of deliberations. We watched the defense team come outside the courthouse and comment. We're waiting to see if prosecutors will also make any comments after this. You wonder how they're feeling as well. The defense team seemed disappointed for sure by this verdict, but it was a risk. When you put your client on the stand, let's face it, it can go one way or another, and one would argue he had a problem because he lied to investigators repeatedly afterwards, pretend, oh, I didn't know about a stabbing, and he tried to get out of it. And that really, I can only imagine how that went over with jurors. You could argue, Julia, that you take that out of the equation,
and we could have
possibly
had
walks.
a different outcome in this case. It's possible. We wouldn't know unless we heard from
Right, yeah.
jurors to tell us exactly what they were thinking. But that, for many of our viewers, seemed to be a turning point. They all, through the prosecution's case, which normally is very anti-defendant, they were for the defendant. And then when they heard that part about him lying to police, trying to say that I heard there was a stabbing and I fit the description, they no longer felt like he deserved their support, which is...
And he continued to lie, even though they ID'd him.
Right, even in the interrogation, and things
I
seemed
grabbed
to be
it. He had the knife, and I grabbed his arm, and then on the stand, he didn't really go into why he lied.
Did not go into that, and his attorneys just said that you need to focus on what happened. Even if he lied after, it doesn't mean he didn't fear for his life in that moment, which is smart. But jurors also want to get some kind of explanation, even if it's that he has had negative interactions with police or was hoping to get away with it. I think some honesty there may have helped him. But let's bring in Miguel Custodio, who's standing by, trial attorney out in Los Angeles, California. Let's talk about client control, Miguel. Just when these defense attorneys have to make the decision to put the client on the stand, they know there are problems, and you have to own those problems very early. Are there any things that you think they could have done differently in owning those bad facts?
They could have asked him, like you were saying, why did he lie subsequent to the incident? And whatever that explanation would have been, at least it would have been something for the jury to chew on. But when you don't even mention that, it just confirms to the jury that this person is covering stuff up and they don't want to talk about that. You have to talk about everything. Defendants don't go on the stand often. And when they do, it's because you need to. It's because it's a Hail Mary type of thing. And so if you're going to do that, you might as well just lay it all on the table. And so I definitely think they needed to address that.
Yeah, you got to go all in. You do, because and you can't try to make yourself look good at all because you're already in that spot.
I would even say that the only reason he should have taken the stand was to address that, because the video
addresses
helped him.
everything else.
It addressed
Yes.
everything else. The jury seemed to be very focused on it, and every time it played, it seemed to help the defense because it showed you in the middle of it how a reasonable person may have been scared in that situation, but he needed to be on the stand to mitigate that part of it.
The lying part. Let's watch that video that the jury really focused their deliberations on. We know that because of their questions and their requests to watch it again and again.
What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? Get away from us. What? What are you doing? What's going on with y'all homie? He's on camera. Guys, let's go. He's on 4K. Yo, the new iPhone got that good quality. What do you say? Yeah, what the hell? Who is this? Yes! Yes! Further culture! Further culture! Who is that? Further culture! Who is that? Who the hell is this? Whoa, it doesn't matter. He said he was looking for a little girl! He said he was looking for a little girl! You're looking for little girls? Yeah, that's exactly what he said. We're out of town. I even have that part on camera. Did I? Some young ass kid. What the hell is this guy's problem, bro? We're trying to have fun. He's gonna claim me. He's gonna claim me. We don't want this one. He ain't a woman. He ain't a woman. You ain't a woman. He ain't a woman. You got him. What the? What the? He's dying, bro. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Are you serious? What is? Oh my God. Who is that? Oh my God. Oh my God. Is this real? Is this real? Oh my God. Oh my God. Is this real? That's not Bart! That's not Bart! That's not Bart! That's not Bart! That's not Isaac! Oh my God! Oh my God!
That video is so hard to watch, but very important evidence in this case that held Nikolai Mew's life in the hands of this jury. Miguel, I want to ask you though, when we're watching this, that taunting turned to terror there at the end. But do you think there could have been a situation if Nikolai Mew had not reacted the way that he did, that these young people could have faced charges?
I think this herd mentality that was being displayed by these young men was just something that obviously in retrospect, it's something that they regret, but they were definitely putting him on edge. Now, whether that rises to the level of taking out a knife and start punching a female and start stabbing people, obviously that's where I think the jury drew the line. But definitely there was some responsibility for starting this, for egging that man by the teenagers.
Okay, well, that concludes that spot. Eowyn is chiming in. Are you going to say hi? Are you going to say hi? No. Sure, she was talking a minute ago. Okay, let's see. Let's go back to... Let's listen in for a bit on the lunchtime Q&A.
Read that there was someone not that long ago in Idaho who was subject to the firing squad. So let me get back to that viewer. I think that's excellent. What is the means?
Well, they authorized the firing squad as a method of execution, I think, last year. So that's, again, a question that comes on the table. Gigi, I'll throw it to you if you want to answer that. Or if you want to answer this question from Susie Homemaker from YouTube. What did Chad shoot the raccoon with?
Back to the execution, for some reason, I think maybe that was they couldn't get a vein or something like that. And the firing squad is back on the table in Idaho. And what was the question about the raccoon? I'm sorry.
What did Chad shoot the raccoon with, or that he claimed?
He said he went and He said he went and got his gun, and when he got back, the raccoon was still on the fence, and it took one shot. So I'm assuming a handgun or, something that he had. They didn't specify what type of gun. We haven't heard about that so far.
Let me just follow this up real quick from State Sunshine from YouTube. Did they find the raccoon's remains in the burial pit cemetery, Gigi?
They did not. They found a dog and a cat, I believe, but no raccoon.
How convenient that was. How interesting that was. All right. Real quick, Terry, give you one more question. Tessa Bowery from YouTube. How will they spin everyone asking Chad for directions if Lori was the mastermind? 20 seconds.
Oh my goodness. I think they're going to say that Lori was the mastermind, that, Pryor is definitely going to argue that Chad wasn't the one because, she enticed him, and she is the one who, even long before her brother Alex, shot at
Charles Vallow.
Correct. Shot at Charles Vallow. And
it was that she was the one who was manipulating
absolutely.
everything. She's the one who came up to him. We'll see. Terry Austin, Gigi McKelvey, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. That does it for us on our Q&A session. I want to remind you all that you can head over to our channel for continuing coverage. We'll be right back right after this. Brian Buckmeyer's up next.
Okay, yeah, everything is Lori's fault. But we've got the word which is circulated about that other LDS author that was selling really well. Can't remember her name off the top of my head. But she started writing about near-death experiences, and suddenly Chad starts writing about near-death experiences and how his veil was torn and how he could see everything and so forth, and nonsense. And I heard allegations that he intimately assaulted her. So I suspect that he used sex as a manipulation on his other followers, like Melanie G and Zulema, probably Melanice too. So I just don't have much confidence in his being the victim of attentions from Lori that he didn't want. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we need to listen to some of Loinfire. Let's see if we can find that here. It's so ridiculous. So let me check on one thing here really quickly. I just wanted to check and see how the monetization was after that video clip of the Apple River stabbing. And as I thought, it's unlimited. It might possibly come right again, but I'm not going to worry about it terribly. So let's see. Okay. Let me get this pulled up here.
And that's when I said,
Deal! And on your right is our infinity deal pool. I am the deals. The deals are me.
Go to your happy price, Priceline.
Undercarriage smell like an old barn? You need Native whole body deodorant. Native combines the best of nature with the best of science to make a deodorant spray with naturally derived ingredients that fights odor at the source and is clinically proven to keep stank at bay.
Hello, Sofa Squad, and welcome back to the sofa. That's the sofa. That's my dog, Roscoe.
Okay, this is what is the beginning of his name? The full name of his channel is Reporting Live from My Sofa, and he's a hoot on especially he reads Loinfire, he reads One Foot in the Grave, Chad's autobiography, and he's really funny. So here, let's listen to this. I'm going to put the link in
My name's Paul. Today we're
okay, here
doing a little bit of a different format, okay? A little bit of a different type video. Today we are going to be discussing something long awaited, something much requested. We are going to be discussing, we're going to be analyzing, we're going to be reading Chad Daybell's love letter, romance novel, pure cringe show, whatever you want to call it, that he wrote to Lori. Now, there's a big document dump in this case, and part of that was this right here. Now, this is broken into what they call chapters. I wouldn't even necessarily say it's a typical chapter from a book because they're pretty short, and again, it's like a text message type thing. So here's what's going to be happening today. We're going to read like just chapter 1 and go through this. I'm going to kind of analyze it. I'll stop along the way and be like, here's some commentary. Now, if you just want to read the whole thing, I'm going to link the article down below. And so you can read the whole thing with all the information on it. So there's that. So just keep in mind, again, I'm just going to be stopping and doing that. So, you know, that's how it's going to go. And that's it. Now, before we get started, if you like scary movie reviews during this time of year especially, be sure to check out my scary movie review channel. It's called A Slice of Spice and a Dice. It's free. It's new. Give it a shot. Also, if you want to see other stuff by me, more like, you know, personal stuff, story times, Florida Man headlines, things of that nature, consider joining Patreon or channel membership. You can also support the channel by doing that. And lastly, but certainly not least, is I want to thank you and everybody who makes the Sofa Squad possible. It would not be here without you. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you for making the squad the place to be. Now, here's how we're going to do the video. I have my laptop, bang, 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 right here, and I'm going to be reading from it and, you know, kind of doing this. The reason I see it's a little bit different format because usually I try and constantly look at the camera and talk, so this is going to throw me off a little bit, I'm not going to lie, and I'm trying to get it to where the microphone does good and all this stuff, so we're going to try this. Y'all let me know how it goes over with the squad. So, again, this is some correspondence between Chad and Lori. Now, we're going to start off right here where it says, on 7/13/2019 at 22:08 hours, I don't know what time that is, Chad sent Lori the following message. I'm heading to bed so that I can come snuggle tightly against you. It puts the lotion on its skin, or it gets the portal again. I'm just joking. It didn't say that, but I just felt the need to talk in that voice and reference that movie. Extra points for you Sofa Squad members who know what I'm talking about. But let's get serious here. Okay, so it really wasn't that date, but this is actually what it says. And I will try to do normal voice here, but I can't help but go into my character voices, especially when I'm dealing with Chad, so just bear with me. Okay, so I'm headed to bed so that I can come snuggle tightly against you. I adore you. You are truly my best friend on earth and throughout eternity. See you in a minute. Now, they know that this was dated prior to Tammy Daybell's death. This is the part of this all jokes aside that really, I mean, obviously the death is, you know, all jokes aside. this particular part, when I sit here and envision Chad and Lori talking to each other, going over all this stuff, and Tammy Daybell completely not knowing what's going on. Other people, this is going on too. Obviously, I'm not just trying to isolate it to saying just Tammy, but when you read this stuff like this, it absolutely just sends fire ants through my bloodstream. I think it's so sad, and I just think it's so deceitful of these monsters, the way they treated and took advantage of their family and those that loved them, and ultimately took all their lives. So now in the report, the investigator does note, this story seems to take place between Chad and Lori. However, the names were changed to James and Alina, and he sent her a bunch of text messages all throughout. And so there's that. So let's begin with this cringe fest. You already know, fasten your damn sofa seatbelt. Y'all, we're going to get a real seatbelt here that we can pull out for things like this, because there's some cringe that's so damn painful. We have to literally buckle in, because we'll be all over the damn place. Crash landed, no survivors. I mean, that kind of cringe. So, okay. Friday morning, October 26th, driving south on the freeway, a voice said, "You will meet an extraordinary woman today who will change your life forever." My God, that didn't age well. This was shocking, since such a thing seemed very unlikely at this conference. It is actually a very detailed story that began long ago in another world. And I will cover that part as I go along and the characters figure things out. But on the morning of October 26th, James arrived in St. George, still a bit baffled by the message he had received. He unloaded his books and set up his table, then joined the organizers for dinner in the main room. Now let's pause for 1 second. One thing that I find just extra cringy is, so this is like some kind of love story romance novel. How integrated into this is selling books. Like, it's a turn on for him, okay? It just adds that whole other layer where I'm like, ugh, like, who made these people? He saw his friend MG, who had been so helpful to him when he spoke in Mesa that July. MG introduced James to her friend Alina. When their hands touched, he felt a shock pass through him, and his heart started beating fast. Alina was gorgeous and vivacious, and James was a little intimidated, yet honored that she would talk to him. He was happily surprised when she mentioned a key part of his novel, the renewed Earth. No one had ever recognized the significance of that scene before. He had heard that voice before and seen that smile before. He felt they had even talked like this before. But who could be certain when? Let's pause for a second. Okay, so that whole part about, she talked about the book and da-da-da-da. I mean, this is like legit, okay? You already know that Lori was working her manipulative plan, and she was going through the book. She already knew how she was going to do that. And he was just so like, well, so narcissistic and so flattered, that she recognized some of his dribble, okay? That's the part that I'm just like, oh my gosh. And then this whole thing about, oh, we've talked on another plane, all that. I mean, he legitimately thinks this stuff. Okay. I mean, I would venture to say this isn't even, I wouldn't even call it like fiction. Okay. I don't even know why he bothered changing the names. Anyways, let's continue. It was strange, but he could remember. The feelings were very strong, as if they had known each other oh so long. They didn't get many chances to talk after that because he had to help voice the woman's blue Muppet. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't mean to keep stopping. That part gets me every time. And whenever I'm just like, why would you put that in there? Okay. Why would you say that? I had to go voice a woman's blue Muppet. I mean, really? That's what we're dealing with here. Okay. That's what we're dealing with. Anyway.
His digressions are
But he
what really
watched
makes
her
this.
every chance he could. He had to stay at a relative's house that night, but he hardly slept. He kept envisioning himself with Alina in very wonderful situations that indicated they had been more than just friends. That's like a really creepy, sus way of saying that he was having like, what kind of dreams about her, okay? That's what that was. That's how he said that. It's sad and it's tearful. Let's continue. James was the first speaker on Saturday morning and knew exactly where Alina was sitting. He made sure to mention the scene from his book that they had discussed the previous evening. He was completely smitten by her and even was nervous of what she would think of his talk as he spoke. But when he would glance at her, she was always attentive and watching him, unlike the rest of the crowd. Okay, again, I think it's funny that he does call, like, it's normalized to him that he's going to call it like, yeah, people are snoozing, nobody cares. But there's Lori. I can see her now in the crowd of everyone on their phones or whatever, and she's like, you know, just that awkward, like, pick me energy that she was serving, 100% going on. We saw it in that cringy Hallmark movie or Lifetime, whatever it was, same thing. We saw all this already. You know that's how it went down. You know, just 100% like manipulation on her part, and he was lapping it up like a thirsty dog in the bowl. After his talk, he went to his book table. His talk had gone well, and there was a good group gathered around to buy books. His heart nearly leaped out of his chest when Elena joined him and helped sell the books. She was so beautiful that he could hardly concentrate on the customers. Now, when I envision this, I'm thinking there's like 3 to 4 people around the table. And that was probably like, okay, who's going to bag them? Who's going to ring them up? I've got to sign. I've got to talk to the fans. Again, the fact that he integrates that into the vibe going on here is just extra creepy. She straightened the books and gave the books good reviews. Although she made him laugh a lot when she kept pushing the youth and 5th volumes of his first series. He could only giggle when people asked if she was his wife, because yes, in fact, she was. She just didn't know it yet. I would venture to say she probably did. This bizarre thing that happened between these two. And again, poor Tammy. Poor Tammy is at home while this absolute filth is going on, okay? And that's just, I don't even know why the word filth came to my mind. It just does, okay? James was definitely having amorous feelings toward Alina as they sold books together. He had not felt this happy in his entire life. He was quite sure this was the woman the voice had told him about. James was ecstatic because he had already fallen deeply in love with her, or better said, he remembered how much he already loved her. And again, this is my thing. Poor Tammy. I mean, really, you know, just this is pathetic. And again, the books all mixed in with it. I mean, it's almost dirty. You know, it's just so sad. Her eyes had mesmerized him from the moment they met. But once the book sales slowed down, she stood near him behind the table. They looked deeply into each other's eyes for the first time, and he knew he was in the presence of a goddess. He resisted an impulse to kiss her, but his entire body was on fire. He instinctively knew she was everything he had ever dreamed of. Now, again, this goes back to my theory. Y'all, he was like obsessed with her. To him, this was like, he can't believe a chick like this wants to be with him, or was even talking to him. Okay. He was going to tell her anything she wanted to hear. He was going to have fortunes and all this stuff, because you can't have a normal conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like, that couldn't be normal. And I guess one thing too that goes on, I'm thinking to myself out loud now, is the fact that there's probably this whole thing of being like, well, we have to maintain our image with like the church and stuff like that. But then also this bizarre thing of like him wanting to be this, I mean, I would say like a godlike figure. I don't know. And then whatever bizarre stuff she's serving, I mean, it was just nuclear dynamite when all of this collided. Let's continue. I must clarify that James is a very difficult person to get information from. He has been blessed with a great knowledge, but 99% of the people he knows do not realize that. He is very guarded, and it's a great task to gain his trust. But as Alina leaned forward him and asked a couple of very insightful questions, his heart burst with joy. He knew she was one of the very few people on earth he could trust. So I also love the fact that he's basically like, look, I know everything, okay? And basically like 99% of the people that know me don't know that I know everything except for her, okay? Yeah. That right there tells me, imagine if this is somebody thinking out loud what they think of themselves, and it's not anything humble. It's like when they tell you, you're like, wow, you're a really horrible human being. This is even before we get to the stuff they did, okay? James' spirit was so excited at the revelation that he shattered a thick veil that had been placed between these two souls during their mortal lives. There were veil juices everywhere. I'm just joking. It didn't say the veil juice thing, but I just felt like it needed that in there. But let's continue. The thick veil had been placed because of the thick, juicy veil had been placed because of the unique, unparalleled love James and Lena had shared in previous lifetimes. That veil had prevented them from finding each other until this appointed day that would be remembered throughout the heavens as the true beginning of a spectacular mission that would save millions of souls and defeat the forces of darkness. Okay, this is to all my people out there who might have a little bit of like low self-esteem. Most of us do. The way these people think of themselves, he thinks he's writing the second damn Bible. I mean, honestly, starring him and Lori, that's what blows my mind. I'm like, my God, I beat myself up over, having a little bit of a stomach or something. And I'm like, these people have no problem aligning themselves with the next coming of Christ. James' physical attraction to Elena was almost overwhelming, but he was equally drawn to the spiritual energy that was radiating, pulsating from her. As they talked, it was confirmed to him that they had indeed been married before and were eternal companions. I mean, again, we don't even need to call this fiction, y'all. This is legit how this all went down, okay? He had glimpses of them walking dusty paths together, and he realized they had been married during the life of Jesus Christ, and they had been very close to him. Again, I go back to this where I'm like, I beat myself up over little stuff, and these people are talking about they've walked with Jesus Christ himself. I mean, I wish I could have that level of confidence, but also I think it's just like a whole bunch of like bad mojo, because I just feel like anyone who's going to be this blasphemy level right here is just, it's not good. At this time, their spirits could not be restrained any longer, and a long-awaited make-out session took place in that lobby. This was manifest in the mortal world to James and Alina through the scientific phenomenon known as loin fire. First of all, let's make-out session. I mean, these are grown adults. I think they're older than me. Okay, but can we just circle back around to loin fire? I mean, we might need to brand this word. I mean, my God, I can't believe this. I'm embarrassed. They have to be flipping out. I mean, I surely he is sitting in jail right now. Like, I can't believe they published the text message about the loin fire. As they talked, James had a burning desire to make love to her, but he wasn't sure she felt the same way. But they could not stay away from each other. One time she was sitting in a couch near his table, and he took a seat on a chair about 5 feet from her. She began to squirm and covered her body with her hands, and she asked him, "What are you doing?" He wasn't aware of what she meant. All he knew was that if Bruce Porter hadn't been giving them an evil eye, a child would have been conceived on that couch. The erotic tension continued throughout the afternoon. James could only think of her. His desire for her was indescribable. Thankfully, she had worn 16 layers of clothing to survive the 80-degree weather, so he was not fully aware that she truly had the body of a goddess. Her dimensions were exactly what he always fantasized about, but that revelation would have to wait a month. Y'all, I mean, just the way he describes things, like a baby would have been conceived in that couch. Who says that? I mean, honestly, who said that? That's creepy, okay? Like, can you imagine somebody whispering that in your ear? Like, hey, baby, if it wasn't for those 16 layers of clothing.
We'll go ahead and have the jurors, brother. Which one? Chuck, would you far away? It's up to you. You can go take the podium if you'd like, or you might have chance to say what.
I guess we're waiting for the jury to.
All rise, please.
Okay, here they are. Okay. They weren't done with Detective Hermosillo still. It seems to me that the cross-examination is falling flat. It seems like some of the stuff that he was asking was correct.
Thank you. Please be seated.
But since it wasn't hurting the prosecution, they let it ride.
All right, we are back on the record on case CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The defense is conducting cross-examination of the witness, Detective Hermosillo. Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to continue, you may.
Officer Hermosillo, I'm going to take my time. I hadn't probably eaten too much coffee this morning, so I waited that over the lunch hour, and now I think I'm okay. Let's hope so. I think the judges admonished me enough at this point that I think I got the point. So we're going to go a little slower if you don't mind. Yeah. So I want to go back to the paint bullets. And you said that one of the pieces of evidence was that Alex Cox had Googled a black Dodge Dakota, correct?
He Googled what caliber it would take to shoot through the windshield of Dodge Dakota.
Was it the windshield?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Judge, there's previously been an admission of Exhibit 34 by stipulation. That's Homer J. Maximus with a reference to the state as well. And we'll get back to that in a minute. But there was at least a reference at some point that there was going to be trying to find out what kind of caliber it would take to penetrate a Dodge Dakota vehicle, somewhat, windshield or otherwise, correct?
Correct.
And you took that as a threat, as a means of saying that's why Alex Cox was trying to kill Tammy Daybell.
That Google search, along with him being at that residence that same day earlier.
Okay.
And the incident involving Tammy Daybell.
Okay. 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 And that's what drew you to that conclusion. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So we don't know who was driving the Dodge Dakota regularly, do we? Because you didn't speak with the kids. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And we do know that on the day that you said Chad Daybell, at least you were alleging that Chad Daybell fled sometime in June 9th. Is that right?
Objection misstates the testimony.
Well, try to clarify that. High rate of speed, Chad Daybell left the area. Is that fair?
That's fair.
That's what you're stating, correct?
That's correct.
And in the vehicle that he was in, do you know that that was the Dodge Dakota that supposedly he was fleeing in?
It was not Dodge Dakota he was fleeing in.
Okay, what vehicle was he fleeing in?
I can't recall off the top of my head. We have it in inbound, but it wasn't the Dodge Dakota.
Okay. Okay. So there were two vehicles, an Equinox and a Dodge Dakota.
Which day, sir?
On June 9th, there are two vehicles that the Daybells owned, the Equinox and the Dodge Dakota. So which one was it that he was allegedly fleeing?
I just did. I couldn't recall the vehicle that was arrested.
Okay, okay, that's fair. That's fair. So just to recap, we know that there was a Google search by Alex Cox on his Homer J. Maximus account, correct?
Correct.
And that there was an allegation that someone that Alex Cox was trying to figure out what type of caliber to at least shoot at a black Dodge Dakota, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We don't know who the target was, or who the target was in that Dodge Dakota, but we know someone who owned the vehicle, obviously, right?
Well, I would assume so.
Okay, okay. Now, that's what you based on the fact that you thought that there was an attempt on Tammy Daybell that day, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you read that email from the Homer J, or the research from the Homer J. Maximus account, did you take into consideration the date of when that search took place?
I did.
And when was that?
I can't recall. I have to refer to my notes.
Okay. I'm gonna take the liberty of helping you out a little bit. At least I think I'm gonna help you out. There. Judge, I don't know why it's not going up on the screen.
Is this a exhibit?
34.
Sorry, which 34 has sub exhibits?
I believe it's A, Judge.
34A is admitted previously by stipulation. 34A is what you're trying to publish, Mr. Clark.
Yes, Judge.
I don't know if there's one can assist to see what the. Okay, it is admitted.
There we go. I'm sorry, and I don't know what. All the best laid plans to prepare for this. So I'd like you to take a look up at the screen, if you would. Look at the date of when this search took place.
Okay.
And what is that date?
October 12th
Of?
2019.
Okay, now what was the date that allegedly Tammy Daybell was shot at with a paintball gun?
October 9th, 2019.
So if I understand, the incident with the paintball gun took place 3 days before this search took place.
Correct.
Okay, but you still continue to believe that was the basis for someone going after Tammy Daybell, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. But you don't have any Google searches that suggest anything else in a threatening manner. This is the one and only that you're relying on, is that right?
No, that's not right.
All right, what else are you relying on?
If you scroll up on October 9th, I believe that evening.
Okay. Go ahead.
Alex Cox Googles how to make an AR-15 function in cold weather.
Okay.
There's some other Googles if you'd like to pull it up.
Well, I've got those and we're going to go through those. And we'll have an opportunity to do that, but.
And that was the night Tammy was shot at.
Okay. And he Googled that night, right?
That's correct.
What time of night was that, do you recall?
I'd have to look at my notes.
Okay. Okay, but he also had a habit of Googling a lot of things, right?
I can't answer that.
Well, you know about the Hannibal Lecter thing, right?
No, sir.
Oh, okay.
Better allergy relief for better boyfriending. Live Claritin Clear.
Talk a little bit about some of the other searches from Homer J. Maximus. October 21. Best tactical cutting knives, right?
Correct.
See that one?
All right, and Mr. Pryor, you're gonna have to stay by that microphone or we don't pick up what you said.
Good judge. October 22nd, 2019. Sharpening swords. Knife sharpener, right?
Correct.
Okay, what was the date of Tammy Daybell's death?
October 19th, 2019.
Okay, so 3 days after Tammy Daybell dies, Alex Cox is still looking at sharpening swords and a block knife sharpener 3 days after Tammy Daybell's death. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. October 23rd. 4 days after Tammy Daybell's died. 15 facts about the silence of the lambs you didn't know. Call that one?
No, sir.
Okay. And that was 4 days after Tammy dies, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when you searched, and I believe it was 107, was that the unit that we found all of the knives and the guns?
No, sir, that was 175.
Okay, 175, that was Lori Vallow's unit then, right?
That was the unit that Lori Vallow lived in, but Alex Cox was on the tenant agreement.
Okay, okay. And your testimony previously, I believe that was a day or so ago, there were a significant number of weapons found, right?
That's correct.
Did you do a check on all of those weapons to see who they belonged to?
I personally did not do a check on all those weapons.
What about the knives or the ammunition? Did you check and see who those belonged to?
I'm not quite sure how to check on who the knives belong to.
I don't either. I just asked because are you presuming that the owner of those knives and guns and ammunition is Alex Cox?
They were found amongst his belongings, so I presume that is.
And we talked about this before, when I was doing some blood urinative objection, that a lot of those items were items, the knives and the ammunition were items that you pulled out of bags and displayed for purposes of for lack of a better word, staging them for your photo op, right?
That's correct.
Okay, okay. But again, all of the ammunition, all of the weapons, all of the knives, and the ski mask, that was found in Alex Cox's, at or near Alex Cox's belongings, right?
Correct.
So I don't want you to speculate, but you're presuming that Alex Cox owned all of those, right?
That's correct.
There's no indication that Lori Vallow had several guns and knives and things like that. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. I want to switch gears a little bit. And I want to talk to you a little bit about Charles Vallow. Okay? Okay. And I assume you've been communicating with the folks down in Arizona about all of that. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so you're well versed in the facts as it relates to Charles Vallow, correct?
No, I wouldn't say well versed. I know the basics.
Okay, but are part of the basics to know where the court proceedings are and who was charged with what?
You would have to be more specific.
Okay, and do you know currently who's charged in the death of Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Okay, who is that?
Lori Vallow.
Okay, are you aware that the prosecuting attorney down in Maricopa County issued a
Objection hearsay? That's the same.
Judge, I'm asking whether he's aware, not whether he.
Well, by the time you say what he's aware of, then all the information's coming through his, so it's sustainable.
Okay. Are you aware that Chad Daybell is not charged with anything in Maricopa County relating to Charles Vallow?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Brandon Boudreaux's next. Who's been charged in the allegations against Brandon Boudreaux?
Lori Vallow.
Is there anybody else?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, and you're also aware that Chad Daybell has not been charged in the allegations as they relate to Brandon Boudreaux. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Now, if Alex Cox was still alive, the suggestion seems to be that he would have been charged with both of those offenses. Would that be fair?
Objection calls for speculation. Sustained.
Okay. Do you have any information as to who killed Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Who do you believe killed Charles Vallow?
Alex Cox.
Okay. Who do you believe took the shot at Brandon Boudreaux?
Alex Cox.
Okay, thank you. Now, did you have the occasion to look into the history of Alex Cox a little bit?
Briefly.
Okay, were you aware of an incident that occurred in, let me get the date right, August 5th of 2007?
You'd have to be more specific about what occurred on that date, sir.
On that date, there was an allegation that there was an assault on a Joseph Ryan.
That's correct.
You're familiar with that, is that right?
Yes.
And in 2007, is there any indication that Chad Daybell knew Lori Vallow in 2007?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And in that incident, are you aware that Alex Cox committed aggravated assault on Joseph Ryan?
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object to relevance. I think we're outside the scope of what's happening in this case, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, can I approach, please, with counsel?
Sure, outside watching.
Clearly, Alex, at Lori's behest, had a beef with Joe Ryan, but I think that it wasn't until they wanted him out of the way so that they had more control over Ty Lee and the Social Security and life insurance benefits, that they decided to bump him off, and I do believe he was bumped off. And it was such a terrible case. It's just too bad that he went undiscovered so long. I don't think that they could really get a cause of death on him because of it. And yeah, that's unfortunate, because they might have got something, but once again, that's one of those cases where it might have been some ground up malachite put in some food and poisoning him. But we will probably never know on Joe Ryan, but there's definitely no doubt about Charles Vallow. And Charles Vallow was an impediment to them getting together. So off he goes. Tammy's in the way. He's got life insurance on Tammy, so let's get rid of her. I mean, we couldn't divorce because that would damage his reputation as a good church guy. Let's ignore the fact that he's having an affair with a married woman and that he is an apostate. He got excommunicated, so here we go again. Unless he's checking something on his computer.
Judge, all right, but I just wanted to reiterate, we had an objection that was sustained on relevance grounds, and the court confirms that objection, including under 403, it's not relevant for purposes of this case.
Judge, based on that ruling, the state would move to strike the question.
All right, the question is stricken, that topic won't be allowed.
I would like to talk to you a little bit about Chad Daybell's phone, and I'd like you to refresh my recollection. Okay? Yeah. You made mention that on the 26th, when you were doing the initial welfare check, you followed up with calls to Mr. Daybell. Is that right?
That's right.
And your testimony was that you weren't able to get an answer, or the phone was turned off?
Every time we called, it went straight to voicemail, I believe.
Oh, okay. All right. Did you have an opportunity to go through Mr. Daybell's phone records?
I personally have not, no.
So there's no indication that the phone was ever turned off, was there?
I can't testify to that. I didn't go through these records.
Right. But you can testify that it just went to voicemail.
Correct. I can testify he didn't answer.
Okay. Now, when you searched Lori Vallow's residence, there weren't any clothes in there. In the residence that she had hanging up on hangers, right?
That's correct.
Do you have any information to suggest that she had mailed or shipped her clothes to another location?
No, I don't.
Okay. And then you, at the time, you were aware that Mr. Daybell obviously was married to Ms. Vallow at that point. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is it your allegation that Mr. Daybell left on the 26th or 27th and also tried to avoid contact with law enforcement?
I can't answer why Mr. Daybell left. All I can answer to is I wasn't able to get a hold of him after that date.
Okay, and after that date, did you happen to check credit cards or phone records or anything like that to try to locate him?
Again, sir, I didn't go through Mr. Daybell's phone records.
Okay. Did you gain any information that Mr. Daybell was going on a vacation around the 26th or 27th of that, the end of the month?
We later learned that Mr. Daybell was in California.
Okay. And later learned that he was in California, and that was about the time of the 28th or 29th of November. Is that right?
I'd have to refer to my notes.
Okay. And were you aware?
Sounds right.
Okay. And again, maybe the coffee's still affecting me. I'll try to slow down, okay? But you're also aware that Mr. Daybell on the 28th being at Knott's Berry Farms, right?
Correct.
And that was a family vacation with his kids, correct?
I can't testify to who was there.
Okay, so Mr. Daybell wasn't fleeing. He was on the 26th or 27th month when Lori Vallow's closet was empty. Mr. Daybell was on a family vacation.
I can't testify that he wasn't fleeing. I can testify that I knew he was in California at a later date.
Okay. And you know that later date was the end of November, right?
Close to that date, sir, yes.
Okay. And you know that subsequent to that, then he went on a trip to Hawaii after that, right?
Yes, he was in Hawaii after that.
Right. So if I understand the testimony, Mr. Daybell was at some point after the 26th, went on a planned family vacation at Knott's Berry Farms, right?
I can't testify it was a planned family vacation.
Okay, all right, that's okay. And then subsequent to that, he then went to Hawaii on a trip to Hawaii where there was some contact with you folks, correct?
Yeah, we made contact with Mr. Daybell in Hawaii.
Okay. And how is it that you found out that he was in Hawaii again? Remind me, please.
Through tips that came in through our hotlines that we had set up and cell phone data.
And this is just a question, I'm kind of curious. Did maybe you just look at plane records?
Are you asking?
Yeah, I'm asking, did you guys look at?
I can't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Almost didn't slow down. Go ahead, I'm sorry, sir.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Did at any time, did you just take the initiative to look at plane records?
So each officer was tasked with different things.
Okay.
We did have an officer that looked through financial, and I assume he did look through plane records and credit cards.
Okay. And if Mr. Daybell was flying on a commercial plane or traveling from Boise to Knott's Berry Farm on a commercial plane, in your experience and knowledge of these things, there would have been a record of that, right?
That's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. Now, I'm going to switch gears again a little bit, okay? Please forgive me because I just want to make sure I hit all of these subjects. And before we go there, I want to make sure you did get a subpoena from my office, is that correct? That's correct. And you've acknowledged that you've accepted that, correct? Right. And you were kind enough to contact my office and agree that if I need you to come back, you'll come back at a time that's suitable for both of us. Is that fair?
Yes.
Was there anything else discussed during that phone conversation?
Date said I couldn't make it back.
Okay, and that was because, and we're not going to get into this to let everybody know, because it's nobody else's business, but you have an obligation of some sort, and I've acknowledged that, and we're going to work on that. Is that fair?
Objection relevance? Sustained.
Okay. Now, as part of your investigation, and I want to be specific to J.J. Vallow, okay? The last known sign of life was the 22nd. Is that fair?
The
last time that someone
died was September 22nd of 2019.
Right, okay. And the last, at least proof of life for Tylee Ryan was September 8th.
Of 2019.
2019. So I'll do the math in my head if I can. There's 15 days difference between Tylee Ryan and J.J. Vallow. Is that correct? For the last proof of living or life, respectively.
Roughly
15 days. You think J.J. died on around the 9th of September, 8th or 9th of September, and Tylee was the 22nd or 23rd. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, as part of the investigation, you looked into where J.J. Vallow was on the 22nd of September, correct?
Correct.
And on the evening of the 22nd of September, he was at Lori Vallow's home.
That's correct.
Okay. And present in that home, staying in that home, were Lori Vallow, correct?
Correct.
At least on the 22nd, J.J. Vallow was there, correct?
That's correct.
Melanie Gibb was there, correct?
Correct.
And David Warwick was there.
Correct.
Okay. And on that evening, they were conducting some sort of a religious podcast, the three of them, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the allegation is that JJ was acting up and went into the care of Alex Cox.
Correct.
And then Alex took JJ into a separate apartment, correct?
On which day?
On the 22nd?
He took him to apartment 107, correct?
Right, his apartment or whoever was on the lease for that apartment, right?
That's right.
Okay. And then the last time that anybody saw JJ was later that evening, is that fair?
Yes.
And that was when Alex Cox was carrying JJ Vallow into the apartment of Lori, David, and Melanie Gibb, right?
Correct.
Who were all staying there together, correct?
That's correct.
And then somewhere at that point, whether it was at that point or subsequent to that evening, or that evening, that's when you believe that JJ Vallow was murdered.
That's correct.
Okay. But the next morning, there were three people in the apartment at that time early in the morning, correct?
Objection Foundation.
Well, do you know who was in the apartment early that morning on the 23rd?
Prior, there's an objection. I think that will sustain.
Do you have any knowledge of who was in the apartment on the 23rd of September, the morning of that morning of 2019?
Yes.
And who was there?
David Warwick, Melanie Gibb, and Maury Vallow.
Okay, and at that point, you believe that JJ Vallow was already dead?
I can't testify to the time, but I believe he was killed.
Okay, but then within 2 hours later from that morning, you believe that he was buried on Chad Daybell's property, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, okay. You had an occasion to talk with Melanie Gibb and David Warwick, is that right?
That's right.
Now, you did it a couple of times, if I recall, one by phone, right? With Melanie Gibb?
Correct.
And that wasn't recorded, was it?
It was recorded.
It was recorded?
With her attorney?
No. No, I'm talking about a regular phone call with Melanie Gibb, without an attorney.
I don't remember a phone call.
Okay, all right, we're gonna revisit that maybe at another date, but that's fine. But you also went down to Provo, Utah. And I'm going off of memory, but it was Provo, Utah on the 4th of June of 2020, is that right?
Sure.
Now, at that point, you were interviewing both David Warwick and Melanie Gibb about information they had about these allegations, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And who else was there?
Myself, Lieutenant Ball, and Prosecutor Wood.
Okay, so the prosecuting attorney, Mr. Wood, right there.
Yes, sir.
And a lieutenant that you work with and yourself drove down to Provo, Utah.
Correct.
And was there anybody from any local law enforcement there as well?
No.
Okay, now there was an effort to record that conversation, is that right?
Yes, it was recorded.
Okay, was the entire thing recorded?
I believe the very beginning wasn't. The recorder malfunctioned or something happened that was recorded, but the majority of that interview was recorded.
The majority of it was recorded.
That's correct.
So if I represent to you that there was 22 minutes of recording on that interview, does that sound about the length of what the interview was with Melanie Gibb?
No.
It doesn't?
No.
Okay. Would it be helpful if you were able to listen to that recording and view that recording to refresh your recollection?
Refresh my recollection.
About the length of time that recording was?
It should have been longer than 22 minutes. I'll be there longer than 22 minutes.
How long were you there?
Roughly, say about an hour maybe.
Okay. Now, your testimony is that it should have been longer than 21 or 22 minutes, is that right?
That's correct.
Would it surprise you to learn that, well, you don't know exactly how long that interview took place, right?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you the exact time.
And you don't know the length of the recording itself, is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, and in order to determine that, it would be helpful for you to refresh your recollection by listening to the interview, and it would be able to answer those questions for you. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Your Honor, I'm going to check beyond the scope.
We're way beyond the scope of your red, counsel, if also the officer's going to review that, and I permitted, of course, it's not going to be in the presence of the jury. So also saying the objection on beyond scope.
Judge, are you talking about beyond the scope of direct examination?
Yes.
Okay, then officer, we'll revisit that at another time, okay? And we'll leave that for another opportunity when I call you back. Now, on the day that JJ Vallow was found on June 9th, okay? the pictures and the testimony you showed suggested that he was wearing, red pajamas and some Skechers socks. Is that right?
Sure.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of what JJ Ballo was wearing based on your investigation when he was carried by Alex Cox from Alex Cox's apartment to the upstairs of Lori Ballo's apartment?
Objections, calls for hearsay.
It doesn't necessarily call for hearsay. Is wondering what he observed him wearing, so.
Yes.
Let's not roll on that.
Tell me if you know the answer to that.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. Do you know whether or not JJ Ballo was wearing red pajamas when he was carried upstairs by Alex Cox?
Sir, I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. And Judge, I think at this point, I'm going to save the rest of my questioning for when I call the officer back in my case in chief. That's okay.
Very well. You can do that. I'll conclude the cross-examination then. This time we'll begin with redirect from the state. Mr. Wood.
Your Honor, may I be handed States Exhibit 31?
Yes.
And States Exhibit 30. Detective, you testified earlier about when you first met Alec or Chad Daybell.
Correct.
Who was he with?
Alex Cox.
Did he look afraid of Alex Cox?
No.
Okay. Alex Cox was Chad Daybell's brother-in-law, correct? When you met him?
That's correct.
Detective, you were asked about your beliefs. Is that fair? In cross-examination, you were asked about your beliefs?
Yes.
Let's talk about your investigation. When you started your investigation, what was the scope of your investigation?
Initially, it was to find the Jeep from Gilbert, Arizona.
And then it expanded, correct?
Correct.
And then what was the scope of your investigation?
To find the whereabouts of JJ and Tylee.
And all this time you're collecting information from various sources.
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I publish States Exhibit 31?
Yes.
Detective, you were asked about your beliefs, correct?
That's correct.
And you were asked about your beliefs regarding, I'm going to call it the paintball incident. Is that fair?
Yes.
And when I'm talking about that, to your understanding, what am I referring to?
The attempted shooting of Timmy Daybell.
And you testified you don't believe it was a paintball gun.
That's correct.
Okay. So why not?
Through our investigation, we learned that Alex Cox was in the area and on the property of Chad Daybell the morning that Tammy Daybell was shot at October 9th. Through Google searches from Homer J. Maximus, which was Alex's Google account, The night that Tammy Daybell was shot, it was a colder evening. And the Google searches were how to make an AR-15 function in cold weather. And without referring to my notes, I can refer to my notes.
Would it refresh your memory to review your notes?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may the witness look at his report.
No objections.
Yes, you can look at it, not to testify from, to refresh your recollections, so once you looked at that, it's now.
On October 8th, the night before we believe Tammy was shot at, Alex is Googling drop yardage from 300 yards to 100 yards, which we assumed when you're shooting a rifle, you're adjusting your sights to your target. That was the night before. The morning of the shooting, Alex was on Mr. Daybell's property. We have him driving up and down the road of Mr. Daybell's property and also on the property. Later that evening into the early morning hours of October 10th is when he Googled how to make your AR-15 function in cold weather. So that's why we believe that it wasn't just a paintball gun. We believe that Alex Cox was there to shoot Tammy Daybell.
Okay. I'm going to have you look at this timeline. As far as you're aware, these dates are accurate, correct?
I'm sorry.
As far as you're aware, these, in pursuant to your investigation, these dates are accurate, correct?
That's correct.
Did the fact that Tammy Daybell died 10 days after that incident have any bearing on whether or not you believed it was a paintball gun?
Yes.
Did the fact that Chad Daybell got married 17 days later have any bearing on your belief whether or not it was a paintball gun?
Yes.
The fact that there were 2 children buried on Chad Daybell's property have any bearing on whether or not you believed it was a paintball gun?
Yes.
Did the fact that Lori Vallo's husband died within months of these other deaths have any bearing on your belief of whether or not it was a paintball gun?
Absolutely.
And finally, did the fact that Brandon Boudreaux was shot at on October 2nd, 2019 have any bearing on your belief of whether or not it was a paintball gun?
Yes.
And it's your belief that Alex Cox was tied to these events, correct?
That's correct.
And because you were asked about your beliefs, was it your belief that Chad Daybell was tied to these events?
Yes.
Why?
Based on our investigation, the lies that we've been told, the fact that We tried to get a hold of the kids' mother, Lori Bello, kid's stepfather, Chad Daybell, their uncle, Alex Cox. We weren't able to get a hold of anybody. We were left in the dark. Based on all those events, that's what our beliefs were as a collectively.
Pursuant to your investigation, you know when Alex Cox died?
December 12th, 2019.
At any time after Alex Cox died, did Mr. Daybell call the Rexburg police to report that there might be dead children located on his property?
No, he didn't.
Did he call the Rexburg police with any concerns that perhaps his wife had been harmed by someone?
No, he didn't.
Did he call the Rexburg police before Alex Cox died to say he might be in danger?
Judge, we're going beyond the scope, but walking to I would ask that I be an opportunity to revisit those issues.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Okay.
That's the word.
Again, so the first time you met Chad Daybell, what was the first thing you asked him? When you had an opportunity to speak with him?
Has to be answered.
This is a response to the cross referral.
I asked him when the last time he saw JJ Bella was.
And when did he answer?
In October, in apartment 107 with Lori Bella.
And did you ask for Lori Bella's phone number?
I did.
And what was his first response?
Judge, this has been asked to be answered.
This is a response to the cross.
Overall, his response was he didn't know her cell phone.
Detective, you were asked a little bit about how you do an investigation. Correct?
Correct.
And we spoke about the scope of your investigation in this case.
Correct.
So your testimony that you followed where the evidence took you in this case.
That's correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Wood.
Judge, there were some issues that were opened up. I'd like the opportunity to revisit this.
There were a few, so I'll allow a limited recross, particularly considering your statement, you're going to recall the witness, so it'll be limited, but if you'd like to, Mr. Pryor, you may.
Detective, there was some testimony about, I'll wait for you to finish.
Thank you.
There was some testimony that you had the whereabouts of Alex Cox on the property of Chad Daybell, and that would have been on the 9th
That's correct.
of October.
Yes,
Do you have a recollection of how long he was there on that property?
I don't.
Okay, and you're basing that knowledge on his phone records and his pings, right?
Correct.
Did you have an occasion to look at all of Alex Cox's whereabouts on that day by way of his phone records, or did you just look at that specific time?
We were more interested in that specific time.
Okay, and I gather from your testimony that you didn't look at between 8 and 10 o'clock on the 9th when the paintball incident took place. You didn't look at that time for Alex Cox's whereabouts, did you?
If I remember right, I didn't get his location near the property at that time. There was no location.
Okay. And isn't it true, officer, that you didn't get his location at that time because Alex Cox's phone was pinging in Idaho Falls at that time, some several miles away?
I can't testify to that.
Okay. But you know he wasn't on the property by way of all of the metadata. That's the word you used, right? Metadata?
Correct.
By the metadata, Alex Cox wasn't on the Daybell property when Tammy Daybell was shot at with a paintball gun, correct?
No, sir, I can't answer that. I can answer that Alex Cox's cell phone or his device was not on the property.
Okay, and you can also say that his device was on Chad Daybell's property sometime in the morning of the 9th of October, right?
And driving down the roadway in front of the property.
Right. And we don't know who else was on the property on the 9th of October, do we?
I can't testify to who was on the property.
Right. So we don't know if he was there by himself or is he there with other folks, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And when we're talking about you've been on the Daybell property, right? A couple of times.
Yes.
And you took a photo of the car, and we're going to revisit that next time we get together. But it's not 100 yards from the end of the Daybell driveway to the road, is it?
No, sir.
Do you have an idea of how long that driveway is? Could you give me an idea if you know? If you know,
I couldn't testify to that.
Is it 50 yards?
No, I would say maybe 30, maybe
30 yards?
20, 30 yards. Yeah.
So 60 to 90 feet.
That's my rough guess, yes.
Okay, so if we're looking at a rifle at 300 yards and dropping it down to 100 yards, we don't need 100 yards to get from one end of the Daybell driveway to the other, do we?
What our investigation or our belief was, if you're asking me what my belief is?
No, I'm asking you the distance down the end of the Daybell driveway to the top of the Daybell driveway. That's not 100 yards, right?
Well, that's correct.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you. All right.
Mr. Wood is the state reader's call next witness. Your Honor, will you approach? Yeah.
Your Honor, may this witness leave the stand?
Oh, I didn't know where that we are. You want to sidebar first?
No, we're done.
Okay, well, Lieutenant Garcia, you may go ahead and return down. And because you are still under subpoena, maybe recall, I will admonish you to abide by the court's exclusionary rule. You're not permitted to review testimony trial between the time you return testimony. If you fail to follow that and follow the trial or observe any testimony, you will not be permitted to testify again. All right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're in another sidebar, which maybe they're going to discuss the projected length of the testimony or something like that. Oh, I just put on a brand new pair of pants and it looks like they're much too long. I plopped down after putting them on and they're looks like 6 inches too long. Oh dear, I'm gonna have to get the scissors out. So I wonder who you call next. Probably another law enforcement guy. Let me check on Twitter. Since I'd been searching OJ Simpson, one of the people it suggests to follow is OJ Simpson as a verified account and says, "Hello, Twitter world. It's yours truly. If you don't see it here, I didn't say it." Of course. Yeah, that's officially. No, I'm not going to follow OJ Simpson. Let me open up another tab because there's a video I want to watch later. Okay, 31 minutes ago, Kay Woodcock posted, "Day 2, Chud the Slug trial. He's disgusting," and a green face emoji. Let's see. Just want to do some fact checking here. Let's see. I couldn't find an answer, so I'm not going to bring that up. Nope, somebody posted something that was really offensive. And racist, saying that black people didn't do any culture.
All right, Council, if you'll give me a moment, I want to clarify our record on exhibits admitted through that last witness and make sure the court has a clear record of what came in as it relates to exhibit.
The Super Shoes Spring Sale is April 4th through April 14th. Enjoy 20% off
The
in
pants
store and
are
online.
not going to shrink because they've got spandex in them.
I believe 34 had separate attachments or would be separate exhibits, 34A, B, C, D, and E. Is that what 34 consists of?
Yes, Judge, and state had stipulated to the admission of all of 34, which included those separate exhibits. They've already been.
Okay, and understanding they were stipulated to, still on the record, I'm going to make clear that exhibits 34A, 34B, 34C, 34D, and 34E have all been admitted into the record and are evidence in the case. Does the state concur with that?
That sounds accurate, Your Honor.
Okay. Counsel, when we conclude, I'll have you stick around for a minute to also see if we need further clarify exhibits on the record. At this time, ladies and gentlemen of the jury and those in attendance, I've discussed scheduling here with counsel. We got this trial started and moving along with jury selection a little quicker than anticipated, and the state is at its stage of putting on its case in chief. They're doing their best to line up witnesses to appear here, coming a little sooner than anticipated. And that's the explanation. We are going to go ahead and conclude for today in order to allow the state to have a full day's worth of evidence and testimony beginning on Monday. And then next week, we should be on a full slate of Monday through Friday trial. Notice also, as I mentioned previously, that tomorrow is not going to be a day of trial. So as I understand it, the state would request that we then conclude trial for the week and commence again on Monday morning. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
The state, or I'm sorry, does the defense have any objection to that?
No objection, Judge. Thank you.
Okay. So before you leave then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is a pretty long break in between evidence now that you are sworn jurors in the case. And I will again admonish you to please do everything you can to not do anything to learn about the case, investigate the case, look the case up, follow any media in the case. If you do see anything being reported, try to avoid that. Don't talk about the case to anyone else or any of the evidence or facts with anyone, including with each other. You can only do that when you start your deliberations. And when you return on Monday morning, when we'll commence at 8:30 with more evidence, I will be asking the jurors as they return to complete those admonitions and certify under penalty of perjury that you have followed that instruction. So I appreciate you doing that so far. I have confidence you will continue to do that. And thank you for your time and efforts today. That will conclude our trial for today, and we will resume again on Monday with further evidence.
All rise, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. The matter on the exhibit 34 is the court is referencing the defense trial exhibits, and 34 is listed. It says 34A through E. Alex Cox Google searches in October 2019. There's also a 34F and a 34G through J and a 34K through Y. So I just wanted to make clear what came in the record today that will be admitted. We have 34 for A through E.
That's correct, Judge. The other ones are yet to come.
Okay.
So, and I'm sorry it was confusing. I tried to do this as plainly as possible and have it all on a thumb drive so that the court can make it easier for the jury. But at this point, it's only A through E. The others have been admitted, Judge. I just haven't referenced them yet.
Okay, and just to be clear, even though admitted or and agreed to be admitted by stipulation, for this record to be accurate and for future reference of the record, each time a new exhibit is referenced, it needs to be just called out on the record so the clerk keeps an accurate list of what exhibits have come in and that those track with the actual exhibits. So I think the system works. We just need to make sure that individually, for example, with that, if there's multiple exhibits within a number, then we outline exactly what came in. That way we make sure the jury doesn't see any evidence they weren't supposed to see and they see all the evidence they are supposed to see. So we'll continue to work on that process as we start next week. Before we conclude today, then, is there anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything further from the defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thanks everyone in attendance today, also for following the court's conduct orders. I appreciate it very much. We move into recess for the day. All rise, please.
Oh. Oh. Let me go back. I guess they ended court early. I was looking on Twitter. Oh,
Friday trial. Notice also, as I mentioned previously, that tomorrow is not going to be a day of trial. So as I understand it, the state would request that we then conclude the trial for the week and commence again on Monday morning. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
The state, does the defense have an objection to that?
No objection, Judge. Thank you.
Okay. So before you leave then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is a pretty long break in between evidence now that you are sworn jurors in the case. And I will again admonish you to please do everything you can.
okay. So, that ends that. So we don't have trial until Monday because they're going to be doing something else tomorrow, which is kind of interesting. Owens is weighing in on the matter. Not well. Let's see, 8:30 to 3:30. That's not even a full 8 hours. Yeah, you're right. So, hey, baby. So, well, that was very interesting. Interesting day. We had the verdicts in the Apple River trial, which I didn't follow closely because that's when the jury selection process started for Chad. And she's a very happy kitty. So maybe we will pick up loin fire during another break on Monday because I just love his digressions from live from my sofa. He's so funny. Yes, hi, Not. It's good to see you. So, if I see any news stories coming out about Dylan, I will probably hop on and do something short. I don't expect we'll get any autopsy report back soon. They'll probably be doing, minute examination of the bones and so forth for any evidence that they can glean and so forth, so they can have a fully documented case in case there is any issue, like if Brenner tries to retract his confession. It's kind of hard to retract a confession when you lead law enforcement to the body. I would love to hear the explanation. Yes, that came down last night, and they didn't notify the family. They just put it up on Facebook, adding to the earlier announcement that remains had been recovered that were believed to be Dylan's. So, yeah. And I've had a volunteer who wants to go out there with me to, I want to film some artistic footage for this project that I've had in mind for a long time. And who knows, maybe we'll see if we can do some images for Indiana's little music videos that she did. So, and I want to see the route from the grain shed over to where the remains were recovered, and where it was in relation to the burned out trailer and so forth, and maybe check on a few other things while I'm out there. So that'll be great, because she has a pickup and quad runners. Oh, yeah. I think that probably law enforcement assumed that the coroner notified the family, which, quite frankly, I'm shocked that the coroner or medical examiner, I'm not sure which it is, didn't do so. But they didn't, and law enforcement didn't reach out first. I would think that both of them individually should have done so before posting it. Somebody really dropped the ball, which seemed to happen a lot in Dylan's case, and that's extremely sad, but we do have a resolution on it at last, and we're all grateful for that, and grateful that Dylan will be able to be brought home and given a proper burial. So, yeah, okay, well, I will bid you a good afternoon, and I'm going to go off and get some stuff. I haven't had the computer crash once since I got the idea of putting the laptop on this rack from the cupboard to elevate dishes, so you can stack smaller things on top of plates and not have to move them, but in order to get to the plates, and then putting a fan on the computer. So I'm going to go get some that grippy stuff that you put in drawers to keep the computer from sliding off of the rack. And I think we'll have much better success in the future. And I'm going to get some batteries so that I can stop the chirping smoke detector. So we will have a much better time next week. And everybody have a great weekend. It's lovely out. The trees are starting to green up. Fruit trees are in bloom, and I just encourage everybody to get out and enjoy spring. So I had the idea last night before bed. I went, gotta try it. So we'll see you. Thank you for joining me, and look forward to seeing y'all on Monday. Bye-bye.